we got a lot going on. Obviously, playlist for later. Thank you. My dad called me today out of genuine concern because he remembered that I use Discord. Fox News reporting the shooter using Discord without understanding what it is. Yeah. We'll talk about the Emmys, of course. There's so much to cover. There is some stuff going on with like the manifesto, but it somehow got destroyed or something. I don't know what's going on there. You know, new updates on Kirk killer. The right has lost their mind over moderate posts that don't sufficiently grieve Kirk, cancel culture, and no free speech galore. Trump says he's investigating the left. Your Slate segment is up. Yeah, dude, I've done so much media. I have no idea how to cover all of that. Okay. Free Palestine at the Emmys. U.S. passports revoked over Israel. And yeah, hold on. Elon keeps begging to deplatform me. Okay. Just buying articles left and right with your gazillions of dollars. Yeah, of course. They found a Steam account. Yeah, I know. I saw that. There's so many inconsistencies in the way that the government and these like the official organs of government have been talking about the situation. Why hasn't he banned you on Twitter then? I don't even want to test that because he's so petty he would. You know what I mean? He is so petty he would do that, and I still use Twitter as a primary mode of communication, so I don't want him to get any ideas. But yeah, it's the same principle behind like he's like a slop tuber. Okay? He's like a fucking slop tuber. On the one hand, what do slop tubers do? Well, they'll be like, Hassan is a terrorist. On the other hand, they'll be like, he has a nice car and he's a socialist. It's like these two things don't make sense. Like, am I a terrorist or am I like a fake socialist? And also, are you a real socialist? Do you see what I mean? Like, these guys love being like, this is a dangerous radical who must be deplatformed off of Twitch, but he's also literally he's fine to be on the platform, but he's dangerous and should be deplatformed on Twitch. Anyway, this guy yesterday was right. The FBI is investigating people for tweeting something big is happening on September 10th. Yeah, that's like a meme for the record. Like that literally is. I don't know if these guys were like actually aware of what's going on, but like that is usually a meme. People will post like many different dates and say, everyone's going to find out on this day. You know what I mean? Like everyone's going to find out something big is happening. Like it's a thing that people do online. It's a thing that people do online so they can get like a viral tweet later down the line. Like that's just the whole point. Like what are they doing? Investigating Jay Schlatt? You know what I mean? It's just so stupid. Yeah, Stephen Miller went on Charlie Kirk's show with JD Vance and said he's investigating everyone. And from what I understand, Real America's Voice, sorry. Is this the JD Vance one? Stephen Miller blames a vast Democrat domestic terror movement and says the White House will use the DOJ and DHS resources to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy. What's really funny about this is like, if there was any sort of seriousness here, okay, if there was any sort of sincerity with like good governance or anything like that, the DOJ already actually released an investigation into which side is responsible for more violence, more domestic terror. But the answer is something that Republicans don't like. So they deleted that they deleted that investigation. They conducted an investigation, a sincere investigation into, they conducted an investigation into which ideological leaning is responsible for a larger percentage of terror. Okay. And they just didn't like the answers to that question. And sorry, there's just like so much noise and so much motion happening in the background. I can't even think. Okay. So they deleted it during Mike's stream yesterday as he was reading it, lol. Yeah. Hold on. You got the link for that? I'm trying to cook some dumbass. I mean, it's not just the DOJ's own investigation. I think that there's like There's multiple investigations that have been conducted onto this. Okay, hold on. I'll get to all of that in a second. We'll get to all the investigations that are being conducted in a second. We can hear it in your voice when it passes the noise gate. I know. This is on the Wayback Machine now because unfortunately, the National Institute of Justice has deleted the link that isn't archived. Militant, nationalistic, white supremacist, and violent extremism is increasing in the United States. In fact, the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. A recent threat assessment by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security concluded that domestic violent extremists are an acute threat and highlighted a probability that COVID-19 pandemic-related stressors, longstanding ideological grievances related to immigration, and narratives surrounding electoral fraud will continue to serve as a justification for violent actions. But hey, they deleted it, so it doesn't exist anymore. So they can, you can just act like that's not the case. Just act like that's not the case, guys. Come on. As long as you just fucking delete it, it doesn't exist. It's not like, this is, when it first came out, I covered it, obviously. I covered it extensively because it's a pretty significant thing. It's a pretty big deal. This is the Department of Justice itself basically admitting what we have known from external investigations, but this is more so an internal investigation. So, we knew this already. This is not a secret. You know this from just looking at the profiles of all of the even recent mass shootings, for example. But of course, the government is using this as an opportunity. Never let a crisis go to waste. The government is using this as an opportunity to attack the left. But before we get to that, let's do a little bit of Emmys coverage while I go pee. And then I'll talk about Elon Musk and how right-wingers are using this momentum to not really grieve Charlie Kirk or anything like that, but instead to go after the left, which doesn't make sense for a million different reasons, especially because, but it was published under the Biden admin, so it's biased. Yeah, except under the Biden admin, the DOJ was also still very much in the hands of people whose ideological profile were not lifelong Democrats, okay? That's the difference. Democrats love to come across as impartial. They love to come across as impartial. They love to have these sorts of things happen in the hands of lifelong Republicans, as a matter of fact. If you look at heads of the DOJ, if you look at attorneys generals, or if you look at the head of the FBI, for example, it has consistently been right-wingers, both under Democrat leadership and Republican ones. Now, of course, it still doesn't matter. If you fall for the left-right rhetoric, you are a noob in morals. It should be down versus up. Otherwise, the oligarchy has made you a sheep in their planned civil war. I know that. And I don't do that regardless. But the problem is the current way in which they are enacting this kind of over-prosecutorial, this kind of persecution is from a left-right dynamic. So I have to address it from that perspective as well. Okay? Lamont, up versus down is left versus right for people who get it spoon-fed backwards. I know. Up versus down is left versus right for the most part as well. What is right-wing violence? Right-wing violence is enacting vengeance upon a group of people that have the exact same class perspective as you do, but you're so brain broken into thinking that they are somehow your enemy. I think you're shadow banned. Oh my God, every day, bro. I don't think I'm shadow banned, okay? Giving into upright framing for shame, that's not giving into upright framing. It's all class war. The reality of the matter is it always is and always will be class war. It is class warfare every single day, okay? Having said that, the current state of discourse tries to do this left-right framing, but the reality of the matter is right-wing violence is also, unironically, violence that seemingly is horizontal, but as a matter of fact, it is still vertical. It's still punching down. Anyway, speaking of which, let's do the
Noah Wiley.
This morning, the long Emmy.
You're 1,000% shadow banned on Twitter. I remember before Elon used to get regularly 60 to 30 to 60K likes. I know, of course, I've been Elon is probably tweaking the algo a little bit. He's petty enough to do that. It's not surprising to me if he is doing some shit like that.
It's finally over for Noah Wiley, taking home his first Emmy win, having been nominated more than 2 decades earlier for ER, but finally bringing it home with The Pit.
What a dream this has been. Oh my goodness. To anybody who's going on shift tonight or coming off shift tonight, thank you for being in that job. This is for you.
But it was the studio getting the last laugh.
Seth Rogen, the studio.
The team from the studio.
The studio.
Taking home the most wins ever with 13 Emmys, including Outstanding Comedy Series.
Thank you very much. I'm legitimately embarrassed by how happy this makes me.
Seth Rogen winning his first Emmy for lead actor and again for Outstanding Director. It was a night full of firsts. Tremel Tillman making history as the first black man to win for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama for Severance.
Do the work, show up, and most importantly, for the love of God, don't embarrass me in public. My first acting coach was tough, y'all, but all great mothers are. Mama, you were there for me when no one else was, and this is for you.
And 15-year-old Owen Cooper, who made his acting debut in Adolescence, becoming the youngest male actor to win an Emmy.
So I think tonight proves that if you listen and you focus and you step out your comfort zone, you can achieve anything in life.
Bro, the culture has shifted so much that we got dudes with the ramen noodle zoomer cut winning Emmys now, dude. Isn't that crazy? What a crazy state of affairs, you know? We got broccoli haircut zoomers winning Emmys now. It's crazy. Is crazy. And be nice, he's 15. Have you seen Adolescence? No, because as you guys know, I'm not woke. I'm anti-woke, and that seems like a woke show. And so are the Emmys. That's right, everybody. Remember, if you are, planning my assassination, you will be killing another right-wing figure if you do that, okay? And that's not good. They're coming after me because they're coming after you. I'm just in the way, brother. I love Donald Trump. Please get off my back. I love Donald Trump. He's the best. Okay, W. Grift. Hell yeah. All right, let's continue.
The critically acclaimed Star Wars series winning 5 Emmys, including Outstanding Writing for a Drama Series.
I want to thank the fans who did more than watch the show. They listened, they cared.
Comedian Nate Bargatze serving as MC, taking the saying, time is money, to a new level.
Sorry, every second you go over 45 seconds, we will deduct $1,000 away from the Boys and Girls Club.
Charging winners if they go over their allotted time.
We're under. Thank you.
See, that is a lot of money for you.
I'll pay the difference, sorry.
The night also filled with touching tributes.
Thank you for being a friend.
I beg everyone to watch Andor as soon as humanly possible. Andor is goated. I didn't watch Adolescence. I should have, but I heard great things about it, and now I might actually end up watching it. But Andor was peak. Severance is great. Obviously, there's a lot of good art still out there. You know what I mean?
McIntyre and Little Big Town's Karen Fairchild and Kimberly Schlappman with the shining rendition of the Golden Girls theme song.
Thank you for being a friend.
The Pit was amazing. Free Palestine acceptance speech from Hannah Einbinder. I know. I'm going to talk about that.
I'll pay the difference. Sorry. Finally, I just want to say, finally, go Birds, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. Thank you.
She's awesome. And then she was asked about it as well after the fact. Go Birds, Jalen Hurst forever.
When you were up on stage, you talked about Palestine, and I know you signed a pledge too. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah. So, well, I thought it was important to talk about Palestine because it's an issue that's very dear to my heart. I have friends in Gaza who are working as frontline workers, as doctors right now in the north of Gaza to provide care for pregnant women and for school children to create schools in the refugee camps. And it's an issue that's really close to my heart for many reasons. I feel like it is my obligation as a Jewish person to distinguish Jews from the state of Israel because our religion and our culture is such an important and long-standing, basically like institution that is really separate to this sort of ethno-nationalist state. And in terms of the pledge, it's like many movements, boycotting is an effective tool to create pressure on the powers that be.
I promise you she's awesome. I bet she is. She's awesome.
To meet the moment, you know. So the Film Workers for Palestine boycott does not boycott individuals. It only boycotts institutions that are directly complicit in the genocide. So yeah, it's important to me, and I think it's an important measure, and so I was happy to be a part of it.
Caroline Kwan, this is why you should always listen to me. I am. We're gonna, on God, we're gonna have Hannah Einbinder on the show for sure. Okay. Also, people are very mad. Classic. If you're wondering what Hannah Einbinder's red hand pin is all about, is glorifying terrorist Aziz Salha, whose hands were bloodied from lynching two Israelis. I couldn't agree more with my wife. We're never watching hacks. Hashtag Emmys. Now, once again, Zionism is a brain disease. I mean, it just is. Because here is this person from Toronto who, I don't know what his background is. I suspect he's not like, he didn't get like any sort of, like he's not Jewish. And obviously Zionism is not a purely Jewish phenomena as is the case here, right? Like the entire position here. But it's oftentimes presented as such. But here you have a dude who is from fucking Toronto and not Jewish, yelling at a Jewish actress, yelling at a Jewish woman for saying that like Judaism and Zionism are not, they should not be conflated. That the ethno-religious project of Zionism is fascist. It's wrong. Judaism is a religion. Meanwhile, this guy's like literally fucking posturing as though he's the guy who's the defender of Israel here. It's just. He's a Canadian politician who sexually assaulted a girl and got removed from Liberal caucus. He's a liberal. Oh my God. You can have that one too. Another export for you guys. I don't want that. Can Canadians just keep their fucking freaks up there north of the border, please? Don't put that evil on us, dude. We already have enough. Yeah, Hollywood Reporter wrote this insane article. Not this one. Hold on. This one, obviously. No, Hannah, that wasn't brave. Guest column. True courage would have meant calling for peace, for coexistence, for the humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians, even if it risked boos instead of applause, writes Israeli activist Hen Mazik. Of course, Hen Mazik wrote this article. Don't know why he gets any play whatsoever still at this point, but it is what it is. He was also responsible for supporting the ethnic cleansing of Skibidi Toilet on Piers Morgan. Find the link for someone. Okay, dude, what the fuck is going on with this Skibidi Toilet shit? What are you, 12? Calm down. Anyway, but yeah, of course, she never let a good deed go unpunished. You know, Hen Mazik, sponsored by the Tel Aviv Institute, Mr. I'm going to defend Israel's Zionism, but I'm going to also try to do it in a way where like it's palatable to liberals. That's his entire point. That's the reason why he gets this kind of fucking coverage. But as a queer Jew, son of refugees from Iraq and Tunisia, Berber, who has dedicated my life to fighting anti-Semitism, I read Hannah Einbinder's Emmy night comments with sadness and fear. This was the response immediately. Yeah, shut the fuck up is right. Exactly. And I'm glad that people are just, people recognize that how fucking stupid and indecent this shit is. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Charlie was killed because he was on the fence about Israel. Stop, dude. That's not, Listen, as much as I would love to, as much as I would love to shit on Israel as I do every day for valid reasons, I'm sorry, but that seems a lot like an invalid reason. Okay. And I'm not even saying this as someone who is a firm and committed believer that there wasn't something suspicious or mysterious going on here. Like that could potentially be the case. You know, there's always some fuck shit going on. Having said that, however, the thing I do take issue with is the idea that Charlie Kirk was like having a change of heart on the issue of Israel, and I don't understand why people were just like jumping onto that when he has been such a prominent defender of Israel. I know all the times where Charlie has basically asked some questions about Israel. I think people are saying this out of desperation, that they think like, what were you doing? Don't worry about it. Look what he said on Javier. What did he say about Javier? What drives me crazy is privileged detached celebrities think they're being brave and stunning, but parroting the most popular slogan in Hollywood, throwing on a pin, or cosplaying a Jordanian scarf is the safest thing you can do. That's why they all do it. Yeah, definitely. Famously easy thing to do in Hollywood is be openly pro-Palestine. This was Javier's quote about not working with Israel. Yeah. This is
a company that you're going to go into business with is in business with Israel. What do you do?
I won't work. I cannot work with somebody that's justify or support the genocide. I can't. That's as simple as that. And we shouldn't be able to do that in this industry and in any other industry. Today in Madrid, in Spain, the cycle, La Vuelta, the bicycle tour, it was stopped by thousands and thousands and thousands of people on the streets marching, saying we can't allow the team of Israel being in this tour, so it's whitewashed. No, the world has changed, and what we are witnessing is a genocide, as I said in your show, in 4K alive on a daily basis. This has to stop.
What the fuck does he want these celebrities to do? Join Hamas? I mean, they already think that these celebrities have officially and spiritually joined Hamas, if not literally joined Hamas, for their anti-Israel sentiment. Remember? That's what they're saying about me as well. They've been hitting that note nonstop. Meanwhile, this is Paramount's response to the boycott. Paramount has spoken out against filmmakers for Palestine for boycotting Israel and the industry protests of a Palestinian genocide. They stated that if it feels wrong to silence individual creative artists based on their nationality, it feels wrong. Nothing to say about Israel silencing Palestine's creative artists based on their nationality, Paramount? I mean, yeah. Someone says examples. Israel's committing a genocide. It's the ultimate silencing. It's just like, it's such bullshit, man. It's such bullshit. But I'm glad that there are initiatives such as this one. You know, this is a creative boycott. Okay, that's great. It's a creative boycott, and it's a good first step. I'm glad that people are taking the initiative. I'm glad that people are exhibiting that bravery. To say that this is this unimaginably sophisticated multi-billion-dollar propaganda apparatus it's easy to stand against that, especially in an industry like Hollywood. Like, do you guys not remember what happened post October 7? There was a megastar at Creative Artists Agency, which is one of the largest. It's the most successful and the largest agency on the planet. It's the largest Hollywood agency and the biggest Hollywood agency. It's the most famous Hollywood agency. It's them and WME. Okay? I've been rep by both in the past. And let me tell you, CAA and WME are the two top agencies in Hollywood and have been forever. Okay? Well, at least since CAA was created. And basically, there was a top agent at CAA that basically said, like, Israel's doing genocide. This is really messed up. And they tried to fire her. And the only way, the only reason why she wasn't fired was because Tom Cruise had to intervene. It was Aaron Sorkin's own agent. Aaron Sorkin dropped her. All of her clients dropped her. Okay? Tom Cruise, who is basically the guy, right? He is the god of Hollywood at this point. He had to intervene and say, this is not happening. You're out of your mind. That's the only way that she kept her job. They have fired Melissa Barrera and numerous other actors and actresses in that process. Okay? Her name is Maha Dakhil, who I guess is, she's Arab, right? Basically, one of the few Arabs in Hollywood. In any case, The notion that like this is an easy thing to do is ridiculous. If it was, a lot more people would do it. Even at this stage, where it's obvious that you have the people's backing, if you're saying fuck Israel loudly and proudly, okay? Even if the overwhelming majority of the population is on your side, those in positions of power are not. And they are still trying to advocate. They're still trying to basically demand a completely alternative perspective, a completely alternative reality, one where actually moneyed interest is more important than our collective conscience. They are trying to present a totally separate reality in places like Hollywood, in places like DC, where they're like, no, actually, you still can experience tremendous penalties if you speak out against the apartheid state currently doing a genocide, even if every single person recognizes it. Okay? But it is the solidarity that you see from people in positions of power, from people with prominence, that allows others in similar circumstances to find the courage within themselves to also speak out. Okay? That's it. We have the numbers and we have to use them. We have the numbers and we have to use them. There's no other way out of this. Okay? Now, of course, Paramount is saying that because they're like super, super duper pro-Israel. Fuck Oracle, fuck the Ellisons. Obviously, Larry Ellison just passed Elon Musk to become the world's richest person. He's donated millions to a foreign army, the IDF, and other Israel causes. Elon obviously is also super pro-Israel as well. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Now his equally fanatical pro-Israel son is buying Paramount and CBS for Barry Weiss to run and trying to do the same for CNN. Okay? I'm rarely impressed with celebrity displays of solidarity, not due to suspicions of opportunism or whatnot, but because so often they're painfully timid and hesitant, concealing their political stances with euphemisms, or softening them with disclaimers on both sides of them, or refusing to name the perpetrators. These silly linguistic tricks meant to appease all sides end up rendering well-intentioned gestures hollow and perfunctory. Such reticence does nothing to raise the ceiling and is a complete waste of social capital. In the case of Bardem and Einbinder, however, it wasn't the keffiyeh or the ceasefire pin that were impressive. It was Bardem's full-throated explicit call for commercial and diplomatic blockade and also sanctions on Israel. It was Einbinder's Free Palestine instead of the feeble women, children, etc., i.e., instead of taking the easy route of talking about Gaza as if it's an unfortunate natural disaster, she opted for adopting the slogan of our movement, a slogan rooted in anti-colonial struggle for land and liberation, coupling it with the local struggle against ICE, and later denouncing Israel as an ethno-nationalist state that must be exiled outside of American Jewry. It was the choice to use their few minutes on stage or talking to the press to move beyond the symbolism of the pin and the scarf and into some form of tangible action, albeit limited to their field, vowing to cut ties with those complicit in genocide. That's right. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. The whole the whole notion of like, there's children dying on both sides, like all this stuff, the Bono method, right? That stuff is specifically designed to create symmetry in a situation where there is none. Okay? There is no symmetry. There is no symmetry between the Palestinian resistance and Palestinian humanity and Palestinian existence, which is another form of resistance, versus the apartheid ethno-nationalist state armed with nukes that is currently conducting a genocide. There's never been a symmetry there. And anyone that tries to say, well, Hamas, October 7, or it's just really sad that Palestinians are dying, but like Israelis are dying too, like all this shit. Those people that engage in this act are actually offering that one at its root, at its most base, they are lying. They are telling a falsehood. They're spreading a falsehood to make it seem as though these are evenly matched actors, right? But also, on top of that, they are laundering the reputation of the apartheid state. They are laundering the war crimes and the genocide that Israel is partaking in. If you want to understand a decent analog to the current Holocaust that Israel is committing upon the Palestinians, look no further than how ridiculous it would seem if people tried to say similar things about Nazi Germany against the Jews. If someone were to make it seem as though there's any symmetry between Jewish partisans and Jews as a whole in Nazi Germany, you would understand. You can hopefully that will help you understand why there is no symmetry there. Okay, these are both genocides. So yeah, Charlie Vaich mentioned you in his latest video. Who, dude, I'm learning about so many new motherfuckers out there, bro. I have no idea who that is, chatter. I don't know. Was it positive? Was it negative? Is that a right wing guy? I just like, if you are, I'm gonna keep it a $150. If it's a right wing guy, it's not it's not a secret. They all fucking hate me. They want me dead. It's there are people who are trying to use this opportunity to. There are people trying to use the Charlie Kirk assassination to enact vengeance against their political enemies, their personal political enemies. There's a lot of excitement, right? And there's a lot of excitement in the air to try and attack the left. And as the most visible leftist content creator, as one of the most visible leftists and one of the most accessible, if not the most accessible, as a consequence of like the medium that I operate in, where people can just like write comments in my chat, and I respond to them. This is expected. It's going to happen. Damn, the gray bars are back. Look at that. Gray bars of hell. Okay. So, do you think the Kirk assassination has anything to do with Israel? I don't think so. But I just, no, I don't think so. I don't know what I just don't think that the notion that Charlie Kirk was actually just at the precipice of changing his opinion on Israel is a solid conspiracy. I have actually covered that as well. There's a push from even people who I like and people who I usually agree with, and also some of the dumbest right-wingers out there who are anti-Israel, who claim that is the case. I did a video on it already 3 days ago. People online are going crazy over this theory. In most circumstances, when this kind of very public, very tragic incident for a lot of people who were supporters of Charlie, when it happens, when it's like a world-shaking event, right? People will immediately rush to find some broader conspiratorial reason as to why this happened, and that's usually the reason why people just like present Israel, because I mean Israel does a lot of fucked up shit. Israel has done high-profile assassinations in the past. So Jesus fucking Christ, he posted that video. If it's a conspiracy, you support it and not just discuss critically. Like, people are so dumb on it. Ethan Klein posted my video of me criticizing people's conspiracy theories that like Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk to say that I was actually pro said conspiracy. That's so funny. All right, whatever. Who gives a fuck, dude? He's an irrelevant loser. Let him cry in the corner. Yeah. I think I have bigger issues to worry about, such as my number one op currently is also, well, now the second wealthiest person on the planet, formerly the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon fucking Musk, okay? Yeah, we got bigger ops whose first name starts with the letter E now, so. But yeah, last thing I want to point out about the cultural boycott. One of the funniest PR gambits is anytime there's a cultural boycott demand for Israel, we must get mushy. We shouldn't silence artists. We need to build bridges, claptrap, despite the fact that all these studios immediately joined a cultural boycott of a country just 42 months ago. Paramount CEO details plan to suspend operations in Russia. Paramount has joined the growing media boycott of Russia, ceasing operations in the country amid Russia's invasion and the ongoing war in Ukraine. We are taking a series of steps to suspend our operations in Russia. And one thing I will tell you is this. The reality of the matter is, cultural boycotts are symbolic. Oftentimes, or any sort of boycott initiative is actually symbolic. They want to stop it from even being presented as an alternative. That's why Israel is doing this whole shit. That's why CBS and all these like other places are trying to actively. That's why Zionist groups are actively trying to fight back against it, because the reality of the matter is, even like the mother of all sanctions has not stopped Western franchise from still operating in Russia, just under a different name. Just like, for example, Coca-Cola in the lead up to World War II and during World War II was still very much operating in Nazi Germany. That's the reason why they created Fanta, for example. For those of you who don't know, Fanta is a creation of the boycott against Nazi Germany at the time. So the reality of the matter is, you just simply cannot, at least with the current mechanisms that we have at our disposal, you can't really maintain a serious boycott or a serious sanctions regime. It's just, capitalism always finds a way. Like even with Cuba, for example, one of the most successful embargoes on the planet. I mean, Cuba still has cell towers, right? And many of those cell towers are still subcontracted by American telecommunications companies. Like that's just how it is. It's virtually impossible to get in the way of unlimited global capital. And sometimes it's not the worst thing, right? Venezuela has Western oil and gas giants that they work with. But so BDS is pointless? No, it is not pointless, because that creates an environment of pressure. It expands the permission structure to criticize, and it creates a broad awareness initiative as well. Okay? And in certain instances, it does actually offer some kind of financial penalty too. So that's a good thing, because it makes companies reconsider their allegiances. But just understand that while capital always finds a way, it's still good to push for these sorts of boycotts. And you can probably figure out why it's good to push these boycotts. If it wasn't so good to push these sorts of boycotts and divestment initiatives and sanctions initiatives, Israel wouldn't have made it fucking illegal in 38 states in the United States of America, obviously. Duh. Anyway, every major American media company, Adam Johnson reports, and cultural institutions silenced individual creative artists based on their nationality just 3.5 years ago, and basically no one noticed or cared. This is literally something that just happened, and it was normal and fine, and everyone understood why it happened. Do you think that people's scapegoating of Israel and conspiratorial speaks about the Charlie Kirk shooting is rooted in anti-Semitic? Jews are behind everything as we speak? For some people, certainly. But at this stage, I think it would be delusional not to entertain narratives about Israel's pervasive network of influence in American politics. Like, what are we fucking talking about? You have the State Department actively entertaining the notion of removing U.S. citizens' right to have an American passport if they fucking criticize Israel. What are we talking about? There's no other fucking country where this is a comparison. There's no other country that we do this for. Hello? You know? And of course, on the one hand, even though I'm saying I'm not entertaining the conspiracy theories that it was Israel that actually assassinated Charlie Kirk, or even if it was Israel that assassinated Charlie Kirk, it certainly wasn't because he was, about to turn on Israel any moment now. The idea that this kind of stuff happens for Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, or any number of different fucking countries, ally or adversary alike, is ridiculous. There is no world in which we go, oh, dude, criticizing Lithuania, not on my watch. Hello, I'm taking your fucking passport away. Oh, excuse me, I heard you make a Poland joke. Good luck. You literally are getting deported. Like, that's not a thing. Okay, that's not a thing. That's never been a thing. That's insane. That would be insane if I were to run around and be like, I'm Turkish, I care about Turkey, I have dual citizenship with Turkey, I have dual loyalty to Turkey, right? If I was running around and being like, do you believe in the Armenian genocide? Why don't you care about Turkey's right to exist? Oh, it seems like you're engaging in Turkophobia, anti-Turkish behavior. How dare you do that? If I was running around and making that like a significant marker for whether or not you should be platformed, everyone would look at me and be like, what the fuck are you saying? It makes no fucking sense. Anti-Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth shade. This is about some 300-year-old beef Hassan. Anyway. I don't care about like other people who also are entertaining this conspiracy theory in general. I don't think it's that big of a deal. He confessed it was me, uwu. Exclusive. The suspect in Charlie Kirk's killing appears to have confessed to friends over Discord just before surrendering to authorities per screenshots obtained by WAPO. It was me at UVU. Oh no, he didn't say it was me. It was me, uwu. He said it was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry. No one responded in the chat that night, but the next day a friend asked in the group to pray for Tyler and his repentance and added, while Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I asked that we all send a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. That's crazy. Let me blast this paywall out of orbit real quick, and then we can get into it, okay? Leftist response to that sort of thing, bro, it's good that they said that, because imagine if they were like, hell yeah, brother, that's awesome. They'd be in jail right now, okay? Like, let's be real. Some of you motherfuckers literally think you're permanently anonymous online, okay? Some of you unironically have this weird notion that we're living in very different, like, liberal adjacent times. We are not, okay? Engage in the act of self-preservation, please. Oh my fucking Lord. Y'all are crazy. And I can't remove the paywall on this article, unfortunately. It seems like WAPO, because the article is too new. So I'm trying, but it's not working. Yeah. Far left is posting anonymously behind 3 layers of VPN. The parapolitics of this event are beyond our understanding. Tread carefully for what's coming. Normie liberal posting with a real name, face, and employer and bio. That bitch had it coming, and I'd do it to all his fans too. Yeah, wine moms have been going a little crazy. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, wine moms have been going a little crazy. You can gift it to me here. Give me a gift link, chatters. Wait, what? Create an account to redeem your free article. Man, this shit is so ass, bro. Just let me read the fucking article, man. Come on, someone gifted it to me. We do use remove paywalls. The article just came out, so I can't remove this paywall yet. Anyway, all right, whatever. We'll get back to that in a second. So there are definitely a lot of people, like people who are familiar with Charlie Kirk's point of view and are against it. They have been very public about their distaste for Charlie Kirk, and they're getting punished for it. Some people go definitely a little bit above and beyond in a way where it's like, even I go, okay, well, you know, that's maybe worthwhile to revisit. Like, you know, if you're a fucking teacher or a professor or something, and you're like, I watched the footage for an hour on loop, like that's a little crazy no matter who you're talking about, right? So, especially in a fucking classroom or some shit. Like that makes some sense, okay? But for by and large, the overwhelming majority of people that are getting clapped and getting fired from their newspapers and getting fired from their jobs as like teachers and whatnot are unironically getting fired because they just said like, hey, this is completely unacceptable, but also like Charlie Kirk wasn't a good dude. Here are some of the things that Charlie Kirk believed, right? And these guys are just like straight up using that as an opportunity to be like, nope, this is completely unacceptable. So I've been thinking about this quite a bit, and Dylan Saba put it into words that I think that perfectly summarize how I feel. Many of us, because this is something that I've been warning about as well, many of us have been warning that the playbook for shielding Zionism from criticism in the U.S. will be used for domestic ethno-nationalism. The path from right to exist as a Jewish state to the 14 words is a short one. The post-Kirk panic mirroring 10-7 panic is the beginning. Republicans are using the exact same tools and language that Israel defenders use to feign victimhood while advocating for censorship, deplatforming, and complete destruction of their political opponents. Okay? Like, one of the best examples I can give you is like people that straight up have talked about like Israel's own ambitions, Israel's own history, getting fired and being called anti-Semitic. Now they're doing that. They haven't been able to design an anti-white identitarian victimhood narrative to that degree. They've been trying to do the whole like they're coming after Christians narrative, but this is the first step in designing a movement such as this one in the fascist playbook. Okay? The goal here is, and I don't think liberals are aware of this. Like, I'm not talking about normie liberals who are pissed off, frustrated, angry that the Democrats are doing shit, but I'm talking about like mainline establishment Democrats in positions of power and in institutions of prominence, people that work in newspapers and things like that. Like, they do not understand what's coming for them. Obviously, if you're a leftist, if you're an anti-Zionist, if you're a socialist, like, you are familiar with these methods because these methods have been used against you cynically over and over and over again. And therefore, this is an environment that we've existed in for quite a while. But liberals, I don't think, understand, because they think like, oh, we're in, this is a established This is an established worldview. It's one of the two different flanks that are readily available and acceptable in mainstream discourse. Like, we're just liberals. It's the monoculture. They think that this is not going to inevitably be used against them, and I think they're wrong. It's the same principle. Fascism will never loop back around and come for me, whereas history has shown that it absolutely does, right? It's just, they're not. Can we get it in layman's terms? Thank you. My point is, what goes around comes around. Liberals think that their positions are well accepted in American society, and they don't realize that they are also going to be prosecuted by the far right. Okay? This administration is not going to make a distinction between someone who is a lifelong Democrat and someone who they consider to be a dangerous radical like myself. You are all dangerous radicals if you do not subscribe to the administration's position completely. Okay? That's what happened in Nazi Germany, and it's already beginning to happen here as well. We haven't even reached the first year of the Trump admin. And think about all of the metric ton of violence you've seen, the chaos that you've experienced, material conditions worsening in general. And the only thing that this administration can do is just like punish marginalized populations, vulnerable groups that they have designed as like ultimate enemies. The carabiner clip on the mic and the outfit is stealing lesbian swag. Yeah, I am. I mean, look at this. I don't even know what happened here, but this is like definitely picked the wrong school to taunt the death of Charlie Kirk. Thanks, Texas Tech. Update is being reported that this demon who danced on Charlie Kirk's grave has been expelled from Texas Tech. She said, fuck y'all. Yo, homie dead. They're finding out. Okay? This is what happened to the person who was mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination at Texas Tech. So, once again, that is, okay, you can say that's indecent, and that's fine. That's your opinion. But you can't advocate to arrest this person. Okay? This, if applied evenly, would mean every single person gets arrested for doing any sort of act of free speech. No, she got arrested for pushing off the guy's hat, I think. Oh my God, it's such fucking bullshit. I think the excuse they're using to arrest her is that she hit the hat of one of the guys, probably hit her with a simple assault. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, remember when they arrested a woman in Florida after Luigi Mangione because she was frustrated on a phone call with her insurance provider? These guys are here for it, okay? The video is so cringe.
Oh no, keep going. Do your song. Do your song. You're so brave. I'm so beautiful. You're so brave. She started saying, haha, your homie dead. For saying this. Homie dead. Evil is real, people, and it kind of looks like that. Yeah. Evil. Evil. Murder is bad. She is evil. Have not said. Why are you being so hateful?
Why are you so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Yeah.
Hey, can somebody tell her to back up?
Can you not put the camera in my face?
I'm sitting here. You walked up to me.
Okay, well,
I don't want this. I said rest in peace.
And I can
just leave it alone, please.
Dude, presenting yourself as like a permanent victim, and especially in this like filmed environment, it's so. This has the hallmark of the exact same. This is the thing that everyone on the left has seen since October 7. It is so identical to the way that like Hasbara operatives work in the Western world. Like, present an environment deliberately for conflict. She shouldn't have been there, for the record. Like, the smart thing to do in this circumstance is to just not be at these incidents. Okay, that's just the reality. And if you're gonna like entertain maximalist free speech positions and you want to agitate, you cannot ever fucking go near any of these dudes. Okay, you just can't do it.
Don't come after me.
But it is reminding me so much of like guys who will fucking wear like a IDF sweatshirt or something and go into like a Palestinian bakery and like loudly talk about Gaza or whatever with their phone cameras out to be like, oh, well, you know, oh, I'm being escorted out for my opinions because they hate Jews or something. And it's like, no, you're like an agitator. And she is playing that role here. Like, she literally went to agitate, right? Like, that's the reality. This is a right-wing event. It's a Charlie Kirk vigil. She went there to agitate them. If you're going to do that, you can't just fucking, you have to be very careful. I recommend not doing that in general. But if you're going to do that, you can't just like fucking, you just shouldn't be around these fucking dickheads at all. Check your business email. What does that even mean, Doom Crab?
Left alone.
I'm not emotional, ma'am. Don't tell me what I am and what I'm not. You can get out of my face because I could tell you what you are, but you won't like it.
You're being aggressive. You're being aggressive.
I'm not being aggressive. My voice is
You are
very
being
calm. You're
aggressive.
calling me aggressive because I'm a black woman.
Not at all.
You
No,
are.
we're not.
I'm
Is
very
she being
calm right
aggressive?
now.
You bring race into it.
I'm how? Why are you?
Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, this is like eating the bait in some ways, right? Because it's like you're basically leaning into the bait. Like they're doing the vigil to just be like, this person whose opinions were repugnant if you're, black or brown or anything like that. That person is actually a hero and his opinions were great. We're just not going to talk about his opinions, but his opinions are great. And that is done so that this kind of environment takes place. This kind of incident does happen. And then they basically turn around and fucking film you doing it. And then they blast you in the smithereens and they use you as an example. And now you got the fucking governor posting about it. I think it's completely ridiculous, for the record. Literally in the same free speech area, rando preachers slush shame every girl wearing shorts on the way to class. I tried to report it to the admin and they said, well, it's the free speech area. Oh, yeah. I created a 15-minute clip compilation of Charlie Kirk's takes. All right, we'll look at it later. But yeah, for those of you who are like, oh, wow, it seems like the right is behaving exactly like the hysterical SJWs or whatever, understand that they never stop behaving that way. They just manufacture outrage against the left over and over and over again. They're doing it. They never stop doing it. I am a recipient of this already, and I have been for the past like 10 years at this point. I mean, what do you think America Deserved 9/11 clips were about? What do you think that was? Like, what do you think that was? That is the right doing the same shit that the left does. Okay? That's it. Don't say, uh-oh, that's what it is. It's like, I'm talking about the concept of blowback, and they use the opportunity to understandably, by the way, that was that I fucked up by saying it like that, and they will never let me live that down forever, right? It ultimately doesn't matter, because if you get got in a situation like that, the right is going to weaponize that against you. They're going to manufacture outrage. They're going to fucking willingly misunderstand the point that you were making, and that's it. And it's always worked that way, and it will always work that way forever. Yeah. Meanwhile, Karen Apia was fired from Washington Post over the Kirk post, which is crazy. And Washington Post basically lost their last black columnist, it seems. That's what people were saying. And once again, the reason why she lost her job is because the claim from the right is that she actually was lying about Charlie Kirk's position. But if you actually look at Charlie Kirk's position, it doesn't seem like she was lying about Charlie Kirk's position. She just didn't quote it like verbatim, I guess. Like she did not quote the full quote, which with the context doesn't actually change what Charlie Kirk was saying at all. So the goal here is to basically to basically go after every single person using the Charlie Kirk death, to go after every single person that they have designed as an ideological opponent. Okay. Here's a WAPO article. Thank you. All right. Anyway, we'll get to that. We'll get to that culture war shit in a second, though.
Authorities in
let's get some new updates. Charlie Kirk shooter is not cooperating with the authorities, according to the Utah governor. We'll start there, and we'll continue on with this stuff, and we'll get back to the. Why are you talking about this? They rebranded Cracker Barrel. I know, it's really fucked up.
Are pouring over what they call a mountain of evidence against 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the man authorities say fired that single fatal shot, killing Charlie Kirk. The district attorney saying they hope to file charges by tomorrow, but authorities say they're receiving little help from the suspect, who turned himself in Thursday.
He's not cooperating, but all the people around him are cooperating.
Utah's governor saying they have interviewed Robinson's roommate, with whom they say he was romantically involved. Authorities say it was his own father who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office after seeing those grainy pictures.
Dude, I saw a post that was like, the father is refusing to take the $100,000 reward, and someone was like, "Damn, he just said, kill my." This chud said, kill my lame ass son for free. Okay. For the love of the game. He was like, Utah, the state, you should execute my son for free. I mean, I guess respect. He's a real one. He's got real love of the game.
Were shared with the public. And according to the New York Times, those images were also recognized by acquaintances of the suspect in a group chat on a messaging app. Several
euthanize my chud son for the love of the game, dude. Yeah.
Group members apparently joking with the alleged shooter about how
he knows it's the right thing to do and didn't want to do it for money. Okay, man, we're making a joke. I know what his perspective is. We're fucking joking, okay? Context is extremely important in all forms. I agree, for the record. You're not wrong about that. And it's something that I obviously have to deal with regular frequency as people consistently fucking clip me out of context or act as though I am incapable of utilizing a metaphor, right? Or things of that nature. Having said that, or jokes, right? As happened in this circumstance as well. But my rule of thumb usually is like, does the context actually expand on it? Or does it change the direction of the narrative? Does it change the direction of the statement itself? Okay. An example I used yesterday was if someone was like making like a fuck your mom joke and the other person said, oh, you're threatening to sexually assault this person's mother, right? You are now behaving like you're not wrong, because technically if you were to operate as like an alien that has never communicated with another fucking human being before, you could make that assessment in that moment. But I think everybody universally understands that's not how language works, and that's not what the implication is, right? So that's one example that I used, or one example that I used to talk about like how people try to behave around their interlocutors, their ideological enemies, okay? And the other version of this would be like taking someone out of context. I'll give you the example of taking someone out of context. Like, for example, if Charlie Kirk said Martin Luther King sucked, okay? If they clipped that and then it was out of context, it would go something like this: Martin Luther King sucked at being a bad guy. He was a very good guy. That would be something that is clipped out of context. But if you actually clip Charlie Kirk saying Martin Luther King sucked, and then when added the additional context, it was Martin Luther King sucked. He was a bad dude. I hated him. And the civil rights movement was really bad for Americans because it actually opened up a faucet of hatred towards white people and anti-white, anti-white targeting. Then that's not out of context. That's just more context that says, you know, the original summarization of the quote is valid. Do you understand? Twitter's going to go wild with that clip. Okay, guys, please don't even fucking meme about this shit. Like, oh, we're clipping and shipping. I know, dude. I know. They're doing that, like, they're doing that nonstop. Okay, I know. See, here's one of the examples of this. Why did you advocate for violence and killing of people? I didn't. Okay, the examples that people use are, one, many years prior, things that I've literally addressed over and over again, or fucking memes. You know what I mean? They're not like sincere requests. It's fucking ridiculous, but it works. I used to say Twitter is not real life, but this administration has proved me wrong on that. They absolutely do get their notes from fucking Twitter. Okay. I think these people are literally autistic because no way people can't understand the concept of a metaphor. No, they're not. They're just, some people are being insincere, and some people are primed because they're angry and they're malleable, and that's it. But that is how it is. Were those metaphors? Well, the thing that people are blasting out into orbit is like me talking about how Democrats need to get more aggressive. They need to shank their opponent on the debate stage, like let their guts hang out. Like it's just like I'm exaggerating. I'm talking about like debating, and you can see, if you look at the extended conversation, it's very clearly not me doing a call to action so that like Nancy Pelosi starts killing people. It's fucking idiotic. Okay? It's not. It's literally a metaphor. But it doesn't matter, because that kind of bad faith smear campaign works, okay? Hyperbole and metaphors. Your enemies are incapable of doing that. Your enemies are incapable of using figures of speech. Okay? Like, Another example people say is like Hassan demanded the assassination of Rick Scott. Why do they say that? It's because when talking about Medicare fraud and showing the hypocrisy of the Republicans and their lack of care around Medicare fraud, I said, when referencing the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who kept saying, we care about Medicare fraud. They actually just wanted to fucking cut Medicaid, which they did, by the way. I said that Republicans would offer the capital punishment to Rick Scott if they truly cared about Medicare fraud, because Rick Scott did Medicare fraud. As a matter of fact, record-breaking Medicare fraud when he worked for a private health provider. And yet they never did that. They never punished Rick Scott at all. Obviously, that doesn't mean like the Republic. I genuinely and sincerely was saying like they should fucking, not going to repeat it. But do you understand? But you can do that for anything. You can do that for anyone, and you certainly can do that for someone like myself. I've been very visible. I've been very loud. I've been hyperbolic. I've used metaphors over and over and over again. And the reality of the matter is people do this or regardless. They're like out for blood. They want some kind of deplatforming to take place. It's not going to do away with the discontent that people feel in their hearts, and I don't think Republicans understand that. They're just looking for like a hollow victory, right? They're just looking for a hollow victory. You're using sarcastic idioms, not metaphors. I'm using metaphors. I'm using sarcastic idioms. I'm using it all. It doesn't matter. The language has a million different tools that you can apply. Okay? All right, let's continue.
The person in the photos. The messages described by the Times reportedly show one user tagging the suspect's username and asking, "Where are you at?" with a skull emoji. Suspect quickly responding that the man in the picture was his doppelganger and that people were trying to get him in trouble. Law enforcement is now reviewing this video obtained by TMZ, which appears to show the suspect walking towards campus at 8:07 a.m. In another...
I have some serious questions about like how this assassination took place. And I'm shocked that there aren't a lot of people. I'm shocked that there aren't a lot of people that are also asking these questions, specifically the gun. Okay. The FBI has revealed that the weapon used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk was a Mauser rifle. Okay. Which is, again, for the old heads, if you're familiar with high profile political assassinations, you know what that gun is, right? It's been used in the past, but it is not a collapsible rifle. Okay. There are Mauser rifles that you could technically commission that are collapsible. But if it's not a collapsible rifle, right, then it is virtually impossible for this person or any person, as a matter of fact, to disassemble that gun and reassemble it on the spot. There are other guns that you could disassemble and reassemble and hide in a backpack. The gun that he seemingly used in the assassination is not one of those guns. Now, is he limping because the gun is actually on in his pants? His pants are very tight. I don't know where the gun goes, though, because if he's limping because he has the gun here in his pants, right? If he like shoved the rifle into his pants, and that's the reason why he is fucking limping, then where did it go? Why does it not show up in the footage? Because the photo that they showed us, I read that it was an M98 Mauser, which is modern production rifle made specifically for hunting. Looks like a stereotypical hunting rifle. Yes, but those guns you cannot assemble and disassemble. There's also no indication that if you were to assemble on the spot, let's say you were able to do so. As far as I know, I'm not a major gun guy, but I think a lot of gun perverts will agree with me on this. With the exception of a collapsible Mauser that's like specifically done, right? Like specifically made, okay, tailor-made for the occasion, which is also very, very expensive. Like the process of reassembling that gun is much more difficult than other weapons that you can quickly assemble, like an AR-15. Okay, you're wrong, lol. New Mausers are collapsible. You're thinking of very old ones. I don't think the gun that they showed was a collapsible Mauser, because you can see. I don't feel like you truly know the average age and intelligence of our audience. Metaphors or not, people take things literal and then things happen. You aren't just a victim here. Wait, what? What are you fucking saying, dude? If that's the case, then every single person online, if this is the standard, if you've ever used a metaphor, you are liable for people taking the initiative and engaging in violent actions, then virtually every single person needs to be criminally punished. What are you talking about? That's the whole standard for fucking free speech. There's a reason why we have free speech. Fuck! That logic is so stupid. Do you understand? I already gave you the example. Like, for example, if you were to make a sexual assault threat towards someone's mother, obviously that would be something that is not legally protected. But if you were to say, fuck your mom, that is not, that it's understandable that you're not saying that. You're not making a fucking sexual assault threat towards someone's mom. Okay? Paratrooper variants. Due to limitations of dropping a long rifle by parachute, some experimental versions of the K98K were produced with folding stocks during World War II. However, these were rare. They are rare. I didn't say there aren't collapsible fucking sniper rifles. I said they're just incredibly fucking rare. Do you not hear what I'm saying? Yeah, the Mauser 98 is not easy to remove the barrel from the stock. The idea that it was assembled and disassembled makes no sense at all. I really want to know the mechanics of how this all happened. Exactly. But the other question I have in this circumstance also is like, let's say he did, I mean, there's no way he disassembled it. But like, here he's limping. Let's say he shoved it in his fucking pant leg, which again, very unlikely. Doesn't make a lot of sense because the pants are too skinny for him to like also literally fucking shove an entire rifle on his leg. That's why he's limping though, right? Like this is him on the way to the assassination. Having said that, the gun in the picture they posted was a full polymer frame, no collapsible stock. And even if he disassembled it, why was it assembled? Exactly. There is a picture that was going around, and I don't even know if that's the official fucking gun, but it's the gray. It is the gray. I believe it's like maybe a little bit shorter of a barrel as well, but regardless, it was a gray fucking shortened barrel sniper rifle. Okay, it was a hunting rifle. It was a Mauser, but the problem with that narrative is even if he had it like shoved in his leg and he's limping, why doesn't it show up when he's bending his legs, when he's walking up the stairs? Like he must have, I guess maybe he like stashed it somewhere. He jumped off the roof, bro. No, that's after. We're talking about leading up to the shooting, chatter. Leading up to the shooting, there's a couple different versions, okay? There's a couple different places where he's caught. This is one of them. He's limping right here, okay? He's limping right here.
He appears to walk with a stiff right leg. Law enforcement
which led people to suspect, myself included, that he might have tried to like shove the rifle in his pant leg. But even then, I don't know how he is able to shove the rifle to his pant leg. Having said that, when he jumps off the roof, I think he has the gun in his hands and he's wrapped around in a towel. So he just like stashed it or ditched it after the fact. That's fine. That part makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is how did the gun get to the rooftop? How did he get the gun? Where did he get the gun? Because we still don't know. And also, how did he get the gun to the rooftop? Because while he is, let's say we are in agreement that he's limping here because the gun is shoved into his leg.
Shooter. Police say he appears to walk.
You're saying he threw it onto the roof. I understand that. However, the second video, the second photo that we have from CCTV camera footage is him going up the stairs. And when he's going up the stairs, he no longer has this limp. I do not believe that he was able to, for the record, knowing what we know about the gun, I don't believe that he actually disassembled it and reassembled it, for the record. I don't. Like, given the information that we have now over what may have transpired, the most likely scenario is that he transported the gun to the area ahead of time and stashed it somewhere on the rooftop, because none of the camera footage shows him actually carrying the weapon to the rooftop. There is no video footage or any sort of CCTV footage that shows him carrying what even looks like a weapon to that rooftop. Do you understand?
With a stiff right leg.
I gotta pee.
Law enforcement sources telling us they believe he was hiding his long gun underneath his clothing. Hours later, as Charlie Kirk fired up the crowd, tossing out hats, authorities say the suspect made his way to the roof of a building about 175 yards from the stage and waited out of sight. At 12:22 p.m., investigators say the alleged shooter sprang into that sniper position. A minute later at 12:23 p.m., Kirk began answering a question about gun violence.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
The suspect taking that single shot and then dropping off the roof. And this morning, tributes are pouring in for Kirk, who turned out millions of young voters for President Trump's re-election campaign and whose ultra-conservative views earned him a massive online following, as well as many detractors. Overnight, lawmakers honoring Kirk at the Kennedy Center in Washington. Charlie Kirk's widow speaking out for the first time over the weekend, holding back tears for the 31-year-old husband and the father of her children.
I will never, ever have the words to describe the loss that I feel in my heart.
And the funeral and memorial for Charlie Kirk is now set for this coming Sunday at State Farm Stadium just outside Phoenix. That's where the Arizona Cardinals play. It's got a capacity of 70,000 people. And President Trump said that he will be there. He has also ordered flags lowered to have staff starting late Wednesday. George.
Matt Gutman, thank you.
How long has the date of the debate been known? He might have been there 2 months before, climbing on the roof, planting the gun. No, dude, you what? Disassembling and reassembling also clears any sight adjustments, so he would have to hope and pray the shot was accurate. That's the other thing that I like. There is no guarantee, dude. I don't think you can. I don't even want to entertain the disassemble, reassemble narratives because, like, you need additional tools. Like, you need, from what I understand, for you to successfully disassemble and reassemble that type of rifle, it's not like it's not the same as like an AR-15 or whatever. Even then, that's like not super easy. I know all the fucking Marines and the, you know, the veterans in the chat are going to yell at me for saying this, but like for the average person, it's not that simple. But it certainly doesn't make sense if you're considering like assault rifle 15, automatic rifle 15. Yeah, ARs are still much easier to disassemble and reassemble as opposed to the type of sniper rifle that he had. Okay? There's no Marine vet, you're fine. So there's no evidence with him and the rifle. There are no DNA on the rifle or the ammunition. The only thing we have is his father witnesses some Discord messages. No. There is, more evidence will come out connecting him. I think the FBI recently said that there was evidence pointing to him. There was definitely evidence suggesting that he was the shooter, I think. But that's not my point. My point is, like, how the fuck was he able to pull this off? They said that he had the DNA on the rifle, I'm pretty sure. What is the point of this sidebar? Like, what is the difference in narrative if he planted the rifle beforehand or a collapsible rifle? Every aspect of this high-profile assassination needs to be analyzed and hyper-scrutinized. What do you mean? That's normal. Like, you want to figure out how he did it. Don't you? I do. Why escape with the rifle just to leave the rifle? I don't know. I don't know why he didn't stash it either. But barrel is down his leg. The rest is against his back. See, this is what I mean. This is what I don't agree with. The reason why I say I don't agree with that is because, like, people are saying that, right? But the reason why I say I don't think that that's the case is because you cannot put that fucking barrel back onto the rifle, dude. What the fuck? You cannot do it for the type of rifle that it is. From what I understand, you cannot do that for that type of sniper rifle. Like, as in you need additional tools. The gun has a total length of approximately 42 to 44 inches. I think it's possible it's in his pants, shirt concealed only down to his knees. I don't think it's implausible that only his hips are stiffened and not his knees. Literally, one small modification defeats most arguments on what is possible, to be fair. He didn't climb up there. He walked up there, from what I understand. And that's the... Anyway, let's just continue with this, and we'll cover it more.
Hundreds gathered at the Kennedy Center in the nation's capital last night to remember Charlie Kirk.
I speak on behalf of the president when I say President Trump loved you, Charlie, so much.
Paying tribute to the husband and father of two for his organizing prowess and its advocacy on free speech.
Charlie lived by the principle that no matter how horrible another person's speech may be, their ideas must be defeated by better ideas.
Yeah, that's why we're going on the fucking most vicious anti-free speech campaign yet. Obviously, only to be trumped by the next campaign. But yeah, the way that they're talking about Charlie Kirk and being like he was an advocate and a champion for free speech is like, okay, let's say that's the case. It rarely ever is for right wingers, but let's entertain that was the case. Okay, then what the fuck are you guys doing now? Like, what are you doing now? You're like, oh yeah, the Charlie Kirk was an advocate for free speech, and that's precisely why that's precisely why we're entertaining investigations into anyone and everyone who is ideologically opposed to him as the government. Okay? That's not free speech. It's the opposite of free speech. That's fucking nuts. That's not free speech. White House plans broad crackdown on liberal groups. Some of the highest ranking officials in the federal government used Charlie Kirk's podcast, guest hosted by Vice President J.D. Vance, to lay out their plans. And in which they straight up said, this is why I'm telling you. They straight up said, we're going after everybody. Okay? Not just leftists, liberals too. And I think liberals are totally in the dark. They do not understand what is coming. If you're a leftist, if you're an anti-Zionist, if you're an anti-capitalist, okay? If you've existed outside of the confines of what is permissible speech in mainstream media, you're already familiar with a lot of this stuff. You're already familiar with like what can happen. Okay? This is why I always say be cool, be normal. You know? Liberals, I don't think, recognize what is going to happen to them. Now, I don't know to what degree. I don't know to what degree this crackdown will take place. I don't know what they're entertaining. All I'm saying is they're openly fantasizing about investigating leftists. Yeah. Meanwhile, Turkey, Hassan Piker should be banned on Twitch and then deported back to Turkey. And before people on our site cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or R word on the platform, but you can openly incite murder against conservatives. Enough is enough. Nick Fuentes, who has fantasized about the assassination of Charlie Kirk on numerous occasions, is now taking up the mantle. Okay? Now, here's another thing. Yeah, this is the other thing that I saw. Here it is. I quote retweeted Elon Musk who said, paging Jeff Bezos. Okay? Since Hassan wants to claim that in the clip, which he told hundreds of thousands of Twitch followers to go murder people, was out of context, which I didn't do that. I just wanted to remind everyone that Hassan called for the assassination of Tom Cotton to his roughly 1 million followers. Now, even in this footage, even in this image that they're posting, you can see what is taking place. Okay? Here it is. Tom Cotton, I encourage people who get stuck behind the pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic, take matters in your own hands to get them out of the way. Okay, that's a sitting senator from Arkansas straight up saying that you should do violence to protesters that are peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. Okay, and I guess Pixie also said the same thing. This post is funny because it perfectly illustrates the asymmetry of violent rhetoric from the left and right. A Republican senator is insinuating that people should kill protests, but are demanding accountability from the content creator who is responding instead. And that's precisely what I said too. Elon Musk obviously retweeted this other Holocaust-denying, lolly-loving pedophile account. He's been doing that quite a bit these past couple of days. Okay, he said, paging at Jeff Bezos, why won't you listen to this pedophile Nazi and ban Hasanabi Piker? And then I quote retweeted it and I said, you're such a weirdo, man. And said the asymmetry of acceptable violence also exists in speech. Interesting that a direct call to action to violently take care of pro-Palestine protesters exercising their First Amendment rights by a senator is not seen as violent, as opposed to a meme schematic in the QRTs as a response. Okay, but that doesn't stop there. Elon Musk, who is obviously a billionaire, who is one of the most powerful people on the fucking planet, who has made it his life's mission now to possibly get me deplatformed or maybe worse, was then highlighted by Nick Fuentes with a fuck you, okay? Nick Fuentes, who is supposed to be a critic of Israel, remember? Nick Fuentes, who is supposed to be a critic of Israel, who has said a lot more violent shit about Charlie Kirk than I have. I have not said anything violent about Charlie Kirk, as a matter of fact. I've debated Charlie Kirk, and I was slated to debate Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes, on
His
the other hand, has spent most of his career actively outflanking Charlie from the right, calling him a demon, calling him a fake Christian, saying that he had actually subscribed to he's given his life to Satan, consistently talking about what must be done to Charlie Kirk, is now actively trying to take on the mantle for Charlie Kirk. Let's take a look at what Nick Fuentes has said about Charlie Kirk.
I think a lot of people are starting to find out Charlie Kirk is not the patriot that he says he is. And so I look at what happened last night and I think to myself, this is totally a doable operation. You know, Charlie Kirk in the grand scheme of things is just some retarded idiot. The dog is terrified. I had to go upstairs and reassure him because I'm screaming at my screen, calling Charlie Kirk a bitch and everything. The contrast could not be more clear. Charlie Kirk is a totally unexceptional human being. A moral struggle that's happening on the higher dimension, right? Which is Christ versus the devil. Who does Charlie Kirk serve? You know, is he really a Christian? Is he really Christ-like when he supports foreign wars and Israel and all this? Look at the people he's taking money from. You know, so the guy's a fake Christian. The guy's not a patriot. He hates our country. He's un-American. Let's focus all our firepower on Charlie Kirk. Why are we doing this? It's because Charlie Kirk is a fake patriot, a fake Christian, and he hates his people. He's anti-white. This is our angle. We talk about Charlie Kirk's dual allegiance to Israel. The almighty Oz, you know, the massive head with the tiny face behind the curtain, Charlie Kirk, lording over the conservative movement. Remember, the goal is to expose the globalism, the fake conservatism of Charlie Kirk. People see that Charlie Kirk is not a real conservative. He is not a real nationalist. He is not a real Christian. And that is simply the truth. We humiliated Charlie Kirk last night. We took Gotham's White Knight and we brought him down to our level. We didn't exactly flip him, but we definitely humiliated him. We took one of their best and we made him a laughingstock. Charlie Kirk is not an honest broker, not a conservative. He exists, and Turning Point USA exists to control the conversation. Charlie Kirk was totally unhinged, and I think the guy has Asperger's, so he might have trouble with that. It has to play into this narrative, has to play into the framing that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are not right-wing. They're not conservative. You know, Charlie Kirk gets asked a tough question, and he reverts back to Israel, God bless Israel, Israel's the best, you know. He malfunctions, he can't do it, because I think he has Asperger's. I believe that. We acknowledge that Charlie Kirk is not conservative. He's destroying the country, and we can all agree that we have to put a stop to that, right? Charlie Kirk is a retard and a coward, so we've got him checked on both fronts. It is worth mentioning that Dan Crenshaw, Charlie Kirk, I imagine these people, their IQs are like, 90, 95, something like that. I mean, these are not exceptional people. These are not intellectual heavyweights, right? Obviously, there's a big opportunity to humiliate Charlie Kirk in front of the president's son and demonstrate to the establishment that he is not in control. So that one is going to be a big one. You know, this is stuff that we've been saying for years, that Charlie Kirk is a leftist, that Charlie Kirk is not a conservative. There's a real risk that at an organizational level, we will cause problems for Charlie Kirk.
I remember you trying to ignore this asshat for years, and now here we are having to bring his awful ideas into the mainstream. You think I'm bringing his awful ideas to the mainstream? His ideas are already mainstream by Elon Musk, who fucking opened up the unlimited faucet of neo-Nazi sentiment on his platform that he owns, okay? That's just the reality. And obviously, now everybody knows who the fuck he is. People know what a groiper is now, okay? The reason why I did not cover Nick Fuentes... is because this is the more damning video of Nick Fuentes.
But that's what it is. What time is it?
Nick Fuentes about Charlie Kirk, America First, August 11th, 2025. It's very possible the alleged shooter is a groiper at this point. I'm hurtling towards you.
Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job.
I saw a TikTok of a liberal-seeming black lady, okay, young, straight up saying that she's an America First conservative that loves Nick Fuentes and thinks I'm genuinely evil. And it one-shotted me, okay? It one-shotted me because I just don't understand how you can find yourself in the audience of a person who has time and time again said that you are an inferior being. Like that, I don't know. I don't understand how you do that. I don't understand how you find yourself there. Like, I'm not saying you should be a fan of mine, you know, fuck it. If you don't want to be, you don't have to. But it just does not make sense how easily duped people are.
At a Hillsdale online course, observe the Shabbos. He literally said this. I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour, weighing close to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course, get a second job, observe the Shabbos, go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this. You are not prepared for this. And I'll say it now like I did in 2017, the day after Charlottesville. A tidal wave of white identity is coming. And once word gets out, they will not be able to stop it. As I said, the day after Charlottesville, 8 years ago, prophetic.
By the way, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, right? He's like denies the Holocaust. He thinks Jews are responsible for all of society's problems, all this stuff, right? Nick Fuentes also happens to be a neo-Nazi that is anti-Israel. He's been anti-Israel from the jump. Not because he cares about all the people that Israel has killed, mind you, because he's obviously also viciously and vehemently anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, anti-whoever he considers to be not white. Now, Nick Fuentes himself is Hispanic, so that is also up for debate, whether or not he actually fits into the in-group that he is actively claiming is superior and should be defended, and the out-group that should be excised and destroyed. But because of this reason, because he was a very visible person who was anti-Israel for many, many years, he has been able to present himself as an earnest actor here, an honest actor, like a honestly anti-Israel actor, okay? Part of the reason why I was always troubled by a bunch of cynical right-wing grifters who claim to be anti-Israel specifically to garner the attention of mass audiences that they realize are looking for that kind of commentary, and part of the reason why even people like Nick Fuentes, who are honestly anti-Israel, or at least they were, but for anti-Semitic reasons, the reason why I thought that this was a dangerous prospect for a very long time was because it was going to give them amazing momentum. And it did. And now he's in a position to cash that in, okay? He can turn around and say, I've been debanked, I've been prosecuted, I've been pursued because I was right on Israel over and over again without actually revealing what his true opinion is, okay? And unfortunately, even before this Charlie Kirk assassination, I noticed that he was gaining a shit ton of prominence. Okay? He was gaining a shit ton of prominence, even amongst liberals. Charlie Kirk has always been wishy-washy with Trump support. He's gone back and forth. I mean, he was a participant in January 6th. There's suspicion that he might even be a cooperator with law enforcement. But if you're wondering personally, like, oh, well, he's turning on Trump because Trump is too pro-Israel or whatever, that's not new. He has done that for a while. One of the big fears that I had was that Americans are more comfortable with anti-Semitic narratives when it comes to anti-Israel than actual materialist analysis as to why Israel plays this role. And that is happening in real time. And now he is positioned to seize control of seize control of the throne, basically, to become the forward-facing Gen Z guy for Republicans. Let him, this will drive down their numbers. What? No, I don't think you understand. He is a shrewd operative, very cynical, and also has the capacity to be funny at times, which is very dangerous. Charlie Kirk did not have that capacity. Nick Fuentes, despite presenting an even greater threat, being a straight up out and about Holocaust denying fascist, actually can be funny at times, which is how he is able to win favors with a broader audience. He's a cynical room reader. He knows how to position. He knows how to position his perspective in a way that comes across as appealing to liberals as well. He is a person that has been able to withstand the full faucet of deplatforming. And in spite of all of that, given the attitude shift that has been seismic on the issue of Israel, he's been able to basically claw himself back into relevance. And he's gotten a lot of help along the way, obviously, from the likes of Destiny, to which Destiny openly admitted to, saying, you know, I put him in front of so many fucking podcasters, including like No Jumper and all these fucking people, to which he then went along with like the whole Kanye train as well. There are many prominent right-wing figures online that are openly propping him up. Tucker Carlson being one of them, Asmongold being another, okay? He is very well positioned. Yes, Nick Fuentes, alongside Kanye West, had a dinner with Donald Trump as well, or lunch, or I think it was dinner. It doesn't really fucking matter. But basically, the real reason why he has garnered this level of attention and this level of prominence is because a lot of people, Aiden Ross platforms him all the time. Aiden Ross, who is Jewish himself, has literally watched all of his videos and keeps saying he's based, he's awesome, attacking all of Nick Fuentes' enemies, people like myself. But like I said, the real reason why he has garnered this much attention in the last year or so is because the attitude shift on Israel has been seismic, and he has been seen as an earnest, an honest anti-Israel guy, a guy who has been anti-Israel for a very long time. And a lot of people don't make that assessment. They don't think like, why is this person anti-Israel, for example? Okay? They also feel that way. They also feel anti-Israel because you should feel you should feel a level of animosity towards a fucking apartheid state that is unchecked, that is taking unlimited funds from America, from American taxpayers, and unlimited weapons to destroy the entire existence of a population of people, the Palestinians, okay? But he's been able to use that anger and resentment that people have to prop himself up, okay? That's the real reason. And that's the real reason why he was able to position himself against Charlie Kirk as well. They're pretty much aligned on everything, with the exception of Israel, right? Which is why he was always angling his position to showcase how honest he was and to showcase how dishonest Charlie was, despite, and even at times showcase how dishonest Trump was, despite the fact that he rode Trump's coattails as well. So that's where we're at. Do I know where this goes? I don't. I haven't really followed Nick Fuentes too closely. I don't know how much of a shrewd operator he is, and whether or not he will actually reposition his commentary away from shitting on Israel to basically become the administration's guy, because that's the one thing that I don't think the admin will allow. You can't go beyond like Tucker Carlson style narratives when it comes to speaking out against Israel. And Nick Fuentes certainly goes beyond Tucker Carlson. If you notice, Tucker Carlson will speak out against Israel in a way where he will speak out against Israel in a way where he won't ever turn around and be like, this is the Jews, this is the doing of the Jews. He will actually, if you listen to him just on Israel, he comes across as almost like an anti-Zionist, right? Because he knows he's a professional media broadcaster. He knows how to dance around the issue. Nick doesn't do that, or hasn't done that up until this moment. But it does feel like this 180 degree pivot on Charlie Kirk, for example, leads me to believe that he is going to moderate his position now that he has more prominence and try to become the face of the Gen Z right.
You think you're in control? Do you feel in charge? Who else we gonna bring in? Elon, Tucker, Candace. You know what their next move is gonna be. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good time. But pray for your boy. Because the problem is, look, I've been doing this for a long time. People watch the show, they're like, this show's great. I've been saying this for 10 years. All this stuff, I've been saying it for 10 years. That's why they locked me up. That's why they shut me down. The problem is I'm just saying it now to everybody. And they're going to make me pay. In one way or another, they're going to try and shut me down.
Do you think his fans will turn on him if he tries to moderate himself and be like Charlie? No. He was shitting and pissing his pants about you on his show too.
Somebody like Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Such a...
Yeah, that was why I thought it was really funny when he was like... That was why I thought it was funny when he was like shitting on me on his return stream that he did, right? On Rumble, I believe, in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, where he said that I didn't sufficiently grieve Charlie Kirk, that I'm a dangerous and violent individual who needs to get deplatformed. And it's really interesting because, like, I am perhaps the most visible, the most prominent anti-Israel media figure on the left. And also, there is a fucking reason why the ADL has been up my asshole non-fucking stop and rarely ever discussed Nick Fuentes in the process, especially in the last 2 years. And now he wants that voice gone. Interesting. Maybe he's just doing this because he wants to shift. He wants to use the existing momentum, the punitive momentum that they have in the administration, the appetite that they have to prosecute political dissidents of the administration. Or maybe he wants to shift the attention away from people asking questions about his anger, his hatred for Charlie Kirk, how much he has pursued Charlie Kirk throughout his career to make a name for himself. Same with Ben Shapiro. Maybe that's the reason why he's hitting that note. You're going to get arrested, bro. It's really funny when dumb fucks do this. All day, they come in here and they fantasize. You're going to get arrested. This administration is going to take you out. They're going to take you down. You got to ask yourself, is that helpful to you? This administration has already detained me because of my anti-Israel stance. Do you agree with the administration's policies on Israel? Do you feel like if a prominent critic of the administration, a political dissident, is arrested falsely, unjustifiably, on free speech grounds, that your life will improve? Are you that fucking stupid? Is that going to make life more affordable for you? Or is that just simply a distraction? Do you feel like your life got better when Donald Trump came after the 49 transgender athletes? That's a big deal, right? That was the biggest deal. Thank God, finally someone's doing something about the transgender panic. Or are you that fucking stupid that you ate that bait? Yeah, you're finished. That's what I hear all the time. You're finished. This administration is going to come after you. This administration is going to destroy you. Okay, let's say that takes place. Okay, by the way, this person says you are a Nazi leaning and use fascist tactics to silence the debate. Now, I don't know if you're talking about me in that situation, or if you're talking about Nick Fuentes, who just posted Hassan Piker, who is a Nazi, by the way. He literally is a Nazi. Hassan Piker should be banned on Twitch and then deported back to Turkey. And before people on our site cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or R word on the platform, but you can openly incite murder against conservatives. Enough is enough. There's an actual real Nazi right there. And before people ask me, like, why are you talking about Nick Fuentes? You didn't used to talk about Nick Fuentes. Yeah, dude, I didn't, because he was utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But I noticed that he was actually reaching a level of prominence that I thought wasn't so great. And now he has reached that level of prominence. Now he is a genuine issue. I have found 0 tweets of Greenblatt about Fuentes since October 7th. Yeah. Here are all the times that Jonathan Greenblatt talked about Nick Fuentes. Once, obviously, the anti-Israel sentiment got to a degree that was terrifying, he moved on to bigger and better things, okay? He's been too busy coming after me since October 7th. This is part of what I explained. This is part of what I was talking about. I said these fucking dumbass liberal institutions that present themselves as civil rights organizations that spend every fucking waking moment trying to go after people who are anti-Zionist but not anti-Semitic are doing a disservice. This is the environment you created. I hope you fucking enjoy it. There were 2 routes in the United States of America where people would exhibit anti-Israel behavior. Either they would be anti-Zionists who are not anti-Jewish, or they would become anti-Semitic anti-Zionists. And if all of the right was constantly shitting on the left, and the liberal institutions of prominence were also shitting on anti-Zionists who were not anti-Semitic, the voices that would be elevated in that process in mainstream discourse would be the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel people. And now you're there. You did this. When you Google Nick's name, the second result is the ADL hit piece. What are you even saying? First of all, Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. Make no mistake. I mean, fuck the ADL. They are Nazis as well. Okay? But so is Nick Fuentes. My hatred and my anger and my resentment towards Nick Fuentes is because of this same resentment that I have for fascism when Israel is doing it. It doesn't matter. When Israel does fascism, when Israel engages in ethno-religious supremacist ideals, when Israel is working at the behest of Zionism, that's still fascism. It doesn't change at all when it's Nick Fuentes doing it for what he describes as white people that features him as well. It's just fascism. It's still fascism. That's why I've always said, it's kind of funny when like a lot of these neo-Nazis talk about how much they hate Jews and how much they hate Israel. It almost feels like they're jealous. Like, how does Israel get to do Jewish exceptionalism, Jewish supremacist values? How would they get to masquerade as though they are, as though they can have a apartheid state for themselves? Something that another fucking idiotic fascist presented to Jonathan Greenblatt when they had a conversation. These guys are just jealous that Israel gets to have a genocidal apartheid state that masquerades as one working at the behest of Jews, right? A genocidal apartheid state for with ethno-religious supremacist values. Why can't they have that for Christians in America, for white Christians in America? That's the whole point for them. Okay, they're just mad. That's it. It comes from a place of envy. I'm morally consistent on this issue. The point I was making was not that Jonathan Greenblatt has never talked about Nick Fuentes. Of course he has. Of course he has. The point I was making is, since October 7, 2023, Jonathan Greenblatt has only talked about one prominent critic of Israel, and that wasn't Nick Fuentes. When he goes on national television, whenever there is another incident that took place that he's framing as yet another act of anti-Semitic violence, he brings my name up. He says Hassan Piker at Twitch is the one who is responsible for this. Do you understand? It's fucked up, man. Anyway, but now he's shaking hands with those guys. Like Elon Musk, shaking hands with Elon Musk to demand deplatforming. Richest man in the world is trying to cancel you. How's that feeling? It's just whatever. It's another fucking Monday. It is what it is. Let's
hollow.
Continue.
Such a hollow, empty, sad person. Hassan Piker saw Charlie Kirk, someone that he knew, get shot in the neck and his neck erupt with blood. We don't need to be graphic about the details, but everybody should look at that long and hard and let it sit with you. When Hassan saw that, his first reaction was to make a glib remark about gun control.
Yeah, he didn't think that my shock and distaste for what I saw was sufficient. And he was mad that I turned around and said, the only way that this violence could have potentially been prevented, not a 100% guarantee ever, is if there were people in positions of power that took the initiative and took active steps to prevent gun violence from taking place in this country. Interesting that was not, that was completely unacceptable. You're not supposed to talk about that.
Seriously? That's a 31-year-old man. That's a young man with a wife and kids. He got shot in cold blood, publicly executed in front of thousands of college students. Never forget the trauma of his children, of his family. What about the people that witnessed this? What about everybody that will be affected by the knock-on violence that results from this? and you hollow, sick person, your response is to make some glib remark about gun control? Fuck you. Fuck you. And here's
Again, a Holocaust denying neo-Nazi who actively stalked and got his audience of groypers to stalk Charlie Kirk wherever he went. A person who has likened miscegenation, race mixing, to bestiality, having sex with animals. That's who we're talking about. That is Nick Fuentes, okay? Over here, trying to engage in some sort of moral posturing, engaging in the exact same fake fucking outrage, while also demanding that any sort of left organizing get censored, get deplatformed, and criminally prosecuted. After years and years of developing some kind of credibility in these corners of the internet, okay, by saying, I've been debanked, I've been deplatformed, now he's turning around and saying, I want that for the left. Perhaps this is part of the reason why he's doing it, though. The notion that groypers didn't have beef with Charlie Kirk is just entirely ahistorical. The Groyper War was a campaign launched exclusively to harass him.
Coward, yeah, get out of here. Chanted right out. Decisive victory. We snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They thought they had us. That's the best you have? Right in television? A clip from November 2015? You can't beat the Groypers. We're not going anywhere, Charlie. So good, so good. What a keynote moment. Get out of here, coward. Coward. Coward! This doesn't end. We'll see you on December 19th in Florida, bitch. Grass! Grass! Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. What a perfect end. What a perfect end. Oh. But I know I'm gonna change that tune when I'm back on top in June. What a victory. What a tremendous victory. This was the high note we needed to go out on. Perfect. Couldn't have gone better if we scripted it. 4 weeks. 4 weeks of uninterrupted victory. Humiliation after humiliation. Charlie Kirk defeated. Last night, the big opportunity. We blow it. Come back in the afternoon. He tried to run for hours. The rain, the tech issues. And yet we prevailed. Chased him out. I'm so proud of every one of you. I love every one of you. I love the people that make up this movement. You guys are great, high energy, funny, smart. Look at these questions. Nobody else could do anything like this. It's a team. We're a team. It's not about me. It's a team. It's about America first. It's about the memes. It's about being funny, right? So good job to everybody. Thanks for everything. Congratulations. We killed it. We won this Groyper War, and we only have the cherry to put on top in the next month. So thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for the lemons.
You thought leftist infighting was bad? Wait for fascist infighting? No, I'm completely aware of this, okay? Part of the reason why I never touched it is because let him fucking fight. In many circumstances, if I involve myself in these affairs, I become the primary target because they stop fighting amongst themselves and then they come after me instead. Now that a fight is over for Nick, because he's like cynically trying to take advantage of the situation to place himself on the throne after years and years and years of pursuing Charlie Kirk, okay? And also Ben Shapiro as well. Here's another one. Nick Fuentes, a Nazi Frankenstein monster created by the conservative alt-right, is now turning on his masters and vowing to destroy the GOP while harassing Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, as Malcolm X would say, the chickens are coming home to roost. Right? That's from December 14th, 2020.
It's great to see you. Why did you give a 45-minute speech about me at Stanford, and you won't even look at my
Hey, he's with his kids.
Come on, I'm going to... Hey, let him cross, man. Let him cross. I know you're with your family, but I can't get you anywhere. That's our free speech warrior, everybody. Champion of the battle of ideas.
Instead of going down in the mud, because only trying to make yourself...
You can get him is when he's crossing the street and he uses... I guess he's just like the Palestinians using human shields, right?
But wait, there's more. Yeah. Since 2020, he's never stopped. This has been his agenda forever. Here is Squirrel also pointing this out. For those unclear about the difference between Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro, hates Muslims, hates LGBTQ, hates immigrants, hates women's far-right nationalism. Ben Shapiro is Jewish and also pro-Israel. The alt-right, and Nick Fuentes specifically, hates Jews and also hates Israel. There are some in the alt-right that hate Jews but love Israel as well, for the record. Okay? The far-right contains multitudes. There are also plenty of people who are pro-Israel but also deeply anti-Semitic. I would say broadly the evangelical Christian movement is broadly anti-Semitic but also very, very pro-Israel. They think that Israel has to be given to the chosen sons and daughters of God so that the rapture can happen. They have their own theological justifications for it. Okay? And of course, Ben Shapiro, as I've routinely presented, is fine with anti-Semitic people as long as they're pro-Israel. Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and always has been. So no, I won't lose sleep. The Jewish people have always been plagued with bad Jews who undermine it from within America. Those bad Jews largely vote Democrat. Here's another rally. By the way, that first clip was from a while back, but Nick Fuentes and his Nazi gang continue to target Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, most recently at the MAGA rally in D.C. The funniest part about this, of course, is that the Republicans don't give a shit about any of this. They're not going to care. They're not going to, because they don't actually give a shit about Charlie Kirk either. They care about how they can use Charlie Kirk's assassination to their advantage to undermine political organizing in this country, political dissidents, maybe even prosecute and arrest them. Okay? That's it. So no, I don't think they give a shit about Nick Fuentes actively pursuing Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro and numerous other figures. The thing that they do care about Nick Fuentes, however, and I think that that is something that they won't be able to overlook, is his consistent anti-Israel advocacy, his consistent anti-Semitism. If he was pro-Israel, it wouldn't matter. But the fact that he's anti-Semitic and anti-Israel makes him a threat for the Republicans. So I still don't believe that the Trump administration will, if he remains anti-Israel openly, I don't think that the Trump administration will welcome him with open arms. But it kind of doesn't matter because he has been able to swing a lot of the audiences, even fucking liberals, even critics of Trump, into thinking that he is a tolerable figure.
And this kid, believe me, everybody's thrown him under the bus. Ben Shapiro, the original Never Trumper? Yeah, we hate Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro does not believe in America first. He started the Never Trump movement. Ben Shapiro is a subversive. We don't want subversives in our movement. The ADL and the SPLC have thrown Nick under the bus too. And a little Nick. We want Nick.
This was also the rally where Fuentes vowed to destroy the GOP. Except the reality of the matter is, this is why I'm presenting this. The reality of the matter is he's always flip-flopped with both supporting the GOP and then vowing to destroy the GOP. Okay? It's giving Kick streamers at TwitchCon. I mean, Kick streamers also very much firmly committed to Nick Fuentes anyway. So my point is, he's an opportunist. He has stayed consistent on one issue, that is hating Jews and hating Israel for sure. But he has gone back and forth on his support for Donald Trump, celebrating, taking credit for his victory. If you recall, one of his most viral moments that actually led to a lot of people like straight up coming to his house and shit was the "Your Body, My Choice." Are you trying to say the shooter was a graper? No, I'm not saying that. Although there are a lot of people who believe that. I am not a person that has entertained that. I don't know. My statement is, I don't know. Okay? It's too soon to tell. I don't think it's likely, but it doesn't matter. The reason why I'm talking about this is because Nick Fuentes kind of feels like the shooter might have been a groyper. And I know that for a fact because he immediately started disavowing political violence, which he had totally been in favor of. He, started talking about how, he has thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk after spending his entire limited career trajectory shitting on Charlie Kirk, presenting himself as an honest broker, a real right-wing actor, saying Charlie Kirk was a leftist, that he was pro-Israel, he was pro-Jew, Charlie Kirk was Jewish. All this shit, So while I might not believe that the shooter was potentially a groyper, it kind of felt like he believed that.
MAGA March, we promised that if the GOP would not do everything in their power to keep Trump in office, then we would destroy the GOP. Yeah! And as we gather here in Washington, D.C. for a second million MAGA March, we're done making promises. It has to happen now. We are going to destroy the GOP. Yeah! Let's go! Destroy the GOP! 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 The GOP wants us to hold the line and vote for rhinos like David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler and the
And there are a million other instances of this, which is, I think, part of the reason why he was talking about how he didn't consider my initial assessment sufficient, claiming that I wasn't sufficiently grieving. But here it is.
It's my message to Hassan Piker and every liberal cocksucker like him. You better disavow this violence. You better cry like Dean Withers. And I don't say that, maybe that comes off like I'm humiliating him. Who knows whether that was sincere or not? I hope to God that it was. And if it was, you know what?
Okay, I take offense to him calling me a liberal. I think that's a bit fucked up. You better cry. Look at this little booger-eating fucking manlet. This little man talking big game, talking big shit. You better cry. Well, I'm not. The fuck are you gonna do about it, bitch? The fuck is this shit?
Good on him. That's a good kid. And he said some nasty things about me. That's a kid with a conscience. He said, I don't think we should kill people for disagreeing. Is that divisive now? He had to apologize for weeping that someone he knew was murdered. That kid has a conscience. I have some faith in that generation. Here's my message to Hassan and all these smug, glib liberals like that. If you will not disavow this violence, we will have no choice but to consider you as no different than the killers. That's complicity.
No generation will claim Nick. There's plenty of evidence of Nick supporting political violence. Yes, he's a fucking neo-Nazi, of course. Once again, I'm more so frustrated with the fact that he's falsely presenting me as a liberal. I don't think that's appropriate. But older folks gonna eat that shit up? Yeah, he's just trying to farm the new wave of people who don't know his background at all. But it is funny because he is acting like he's gonna fucking call the principal on me. Like he's like, oh, you better cry real tears, or else I'm gonna tell Daddy, I'm gonna tell Trump to come after you and arrest you.
You could be forgiven up until this point for being irresponsible. We all get heated. We all do it. I'm guilty of it too. It makes hypocrites of all of us. We murder each other with our words all the time, with our gossip, our slander. We overreact. We say things we don't mean. We get angry. We harbor grudges and resentment, things that we should not. And that's not to excuse it. But the day that someone gets shot for the disagreement, if you can't bring yourself to show the slightest ounce of humanity to a moderate Republican who got killed for no reason, this is a moment we all recognize could set us down the path towards a civil war, could set us down the path towards unbelievable horror, suffering, bloodshed. If you can't bring yourself, even for the selfish sake of yourself or your own people or your own pathetic side, to show the slightest ounce of humility, of mercy, of magnanimity, benevolence, charity, then you are no better than the killer.
The funniest part about it is that you did disavow Kirk's assassination. You just don't feel really sympathetic about the situation, but obviously it was horrible, so I don't know, you didn't cry enough, I guess. No, I did. I did disavow it. And not only did I disavow it, but I also was traumatized by it for obvious reasons. But I don't think that Charlie Kirk is a moderate figure, nor one that was good for the overall collective consciousness or for political discourse in this country. Having said that, however, of course, Nick has to present it in this way because he is trying to shift the attention away from his fans that might have been responsible for doing this. Because here's the thing. I did not like Charlie Kirk. I did not agree with Charlie Kirk. But clearly, at least by Charlie Kirk's own assessment, I was not a violent threat to Charlie Kirk in the way that Nick was. There is a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to debate Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to mention Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why he didn't have an issue debating me, on the other hand, both in the beginning of our careers, but also we were slated to debate next week. One must ask the question, why? Perhaps the many years of Nick Fuentes presenting himself as antagonistic towards Charlie Kirk and stalking him with his groypers is the reason why Charlie did not want to actually debate Nick Fuentes. Or maybe he didn't want to debate Nick Fuentes because he was worried that Nick Fuentes would eat away at his market share. It could be a million different reasons. But I see this as a transparent effort to, one, rehabilitate his image, to present himself as a more moderate figure, with the hopes that he will get hugged and kissed by establishment figures in the Republican Party who either don't know any better or are not fearful of his agenda. And last but not least, a desperate attempt to shift the attention away from people asking, what is a groyper? Actually, what does that even mean? Why did they hate Charlie Kirk? Why did they actually pursue Charlie Kirk physically in the real world? That's the reason why he's doing this. It's the same exact reason why I did not intervene in these affairs when I saw people attacking, when I saw his fans attacking Charlie Kirk and vice versa. Because I knew that if I were to present myself in the middle of that conversation, they would shift their attention away to a figure that they considered a larger enemy. You understand? If this man was an actual white nationalist neo-Nazi that believed in his convictions, he would be shifting his rhetoric out of fear of persecution. He's cosplaying. He has no real ideology. He's simply invested in the attention he gets in creating chaos and division for his own enjoyment. No, I think he's a real neo-Nazi. I think. I do. I believe he's a real neo-Nazi. Anyway, here is agreement. Chuck Modi showing a Nick Fuentes talking about Charlie Kirk prior to the shooting versus after the shooting versus prior to the shooting. Let's take a look.
We had our disagreements. Where we did agree is that he would go to these college campuses and proclaim the name of Jesus Christ. And ultimately, that is why he was killed. The gunmen that killed him, they hated him because of his defense of Christian morality.
I'll go to Trump Live
Charlie
in a second.
Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited that. I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything, without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way, talking about, oh, God made me very blessed that I control $500 million. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so rich and I'm so blessed. And oh, God's been so good to me. I'm such a Christian. Oh, the Lord gave me the Sabbath. I take Saturday off. You sit there and call yourself a Christian and then you make excuses for the genocide of 2 million people? Seriously? You stand there and purport to be an evangelist like Billy Graham? Oh, you're the latest Billy Graham? You're our generation's America's pastor? Why? Because you said the right words? Because you said, God bless, God bless, God bless, my friend. Oh, I rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus. And then you go around from campus to campus making excuses for a famine?
Yeah. All right. Let's get to Donald Trump. He's making a presidential memorandum. Let's see what new fresh hell unfolds for us now in the United States of America.
First of all, thank you. Thank you.
Link the video, please. I tweeted it.
Your commitment for federal resources to the great city of Memphis. And it is a great city. And it has a great history. It does. And we are very hopeful and excited about the prospect of moving that city forward. I've been in office 7 years.
He's
I'm
sending
tired
the
of
National
crime
Guard to
holding
Memphis?
the great city of Memphis back. And I have spoken today with the director of the U.S. Marshals, with the director of the FBI, with General Bondi. We realize that this effort of multi-agencies that will combine the work of the Tennessee Highway Patrol and the local police departments, when we come together, we can make significant change in our city, in the city of Memphis, and that is a powerfully important thing for the state of Tennessee, and I want to say thank you.
This will be your proudest moment when we see you in 4 or 5 weeks, maybe sooner. You're going to see numbers that will drop and plummet like you haven't. Just like we did in D.C., they plummeted. Nobody could even believe it. And they're going to plummet. It'll be one of your really proud moments, and you've done a good job too. But this will be maybe your proudest moment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
And the director, as the director said, the goal is sustained.
Right. Got to keep it.
Sustained crime lowering, and that with this effort, I believe we can get there. We can finally get there for that city.
Yep, we're going to have it sustained. Long time. And your people are going to get better and better, and your police force has been terrific. They're working with us very much, as you know. We started it, as I said, on a little basis, and we got it down quite a bit, but now we go in for the big march, okay?
And Director Patel and his team have done remarkable work so far. As you know, the numbers are great, and this will be one more step in the right direction for Memphis.
That's true.
Thank you.
He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Pam, please.
President Trump, at your directive, we went in, as you all know, to D.C. and took over the city of D.C., working hand in hand with Metro Transit Authority. All of the agencies represented here today got over 2,000 violent offenders, got over 200 guns off the streets of D.C., and D.C. is safe again. And now, Governor, working with you and working with our 2 U.S. senators and all of our agencies working hand in hand, we're going to do everything we can to make Memphis safe again. That was President Trump's directive to us, and it's easy to do when you're working with such great leaders. And Secretary Noem, you have been instrumental in this, and Director Patel has already been into Memphis and gotten so many violent offenders and guns off the street, and that's what started it. And working, Stephen and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you. We've all been going nonstop, working hand in hand together, and Gowdy Serralta, Terry Cole, and Director Driscoll of ATF wearing 2 hats, and Pete Hegseth with the National Guard, all working hand in hand and being out there for a month. You can't tell who's with what agency, but for the T-shirt
this is why
they're
I
wearing.
said the argument about why doesn't he actually send it to, why doesn't he send the National Guard to red states where there's a lot of crime was stupid. Okay? Because here is a red state where there's a lot of crime, and it's, once again, another black city. Okay?
I'm so excited that you're going in there to work with not just the governor and willing local leaders, but also our attorney general and all the leaders that are standing here today to help protect our children. So what's going to change dramatically is the families' lives that live there, and it's only going to happen because of you, because you're coming in. What has started there, you're going to put on steroids. The networks that you're going to uncover across this country, because of the work that's going to happen in Memphis, we're going to see every city get safer, because we're going to see those ties to other criminals that we're going to get out of the country. So we're a nation of laws. And, sir, thank you for caring about every single city.
Thank you, Christy. Really nice. And what makes it to me so exciting is the success we had here so quickly. And, you know, we've taken close to 1,500 people out of D.C., but when I saw the result happen so quickly, and so many people are so thankful, and people that pass them every day and they're fine, all of a sudden they're thanking me so profusely. It was so exciting what's happened, and continues to be what happened in D.C., and so that's what makes this, I think, even more exciting, because we know what's going to happen. We know we have the people. Look, we're sending in a lot of help. These cities have been taken over for years, and the last 4 years under Biden, what's happened is just a disgrace. So it really has, the success we've had here has made it to me much more exciting, because I think we're going to have proportionally. I mean, you have cases where it's even worse. I have some people, we have some people quoted today that we took out of papers. We're so grateful for the National Guard coming, said an owner of a Memphis tax service. It's so dangerous here. It's so darn dangerous that you can't get out of your car. If you get out of your car, he says, you get robbed, you get mugged, you get hit. You can't go to the market or a service station. So yeah, I want to see crime stop, and I want to see the National Guard come in right away if that's what's necessary. There's a need. Here's another one from a director of a Memphis-based crime prevention organization. There's a need for more boots on the ground. You have to get them done fast before we totally lose it. They're going to lose it all. I got 2 guns put in my face, said another, within 5 minutes at 2 different locations. Said I got a gun put in my face. Then I went someplace else, had another gun put in my face. I was scared. It never happened to me. I've never seen anything like it. Here's another one. I honestly thought he was going to kill me, said a 60-year-old Memphis carjacking victim. A man walked up, give me your car. You got 5 seconds to get out or you're dead. This is what we have in this page after page of the same kind of thing. Cash, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to your brilliant foresight, you had asked us to go in quietly into these cities to help set the landscape, to work with the interagency, and to make America safe again. And we've done that under the FBI's banner program of Operation Summer Heat. And the results are only as good as the prosecutions. And because the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General have mobilized DOJ to successfully prosecute so many violent criminals, we have set the landscape for the interagency to come into Memphis and really make it safe permanently. As the governor and the senators and the other directors were saying, it's not a short-term mission, but thanks to you launching us early, launching us quietly, not looking for the credit, Mr. President, we greatly appreciate your support and the advanced foresight you had in doing that.
It's so exciting, and somebody had to do this. A president should have stepped up long ago and saved these cities. So it's not that I wanted to do it, believe me. Somebody had to do it, and we're doing it in a big way. Pete, could you say a few words, please?
Yes, Mr. President. From day one, the DOW, the Department of War.
I'm glad you made that correct.
Correct for you, sir. Has been proud to stand with our partners across the interagency, whether it's Southwest border, whether it was Los Angeles getting ahead of that, whether it's right here in Washington, D.C., where Secretary Driscoll and the Army and the National Guard have taken the lead in helping across all of these great folks to secure the city. We are very proud to be here, to stand strong alongside law enforcement. We're glad that Memphis is the place to go. The volunteer state, we're not going to have any problems with the Tennessee National Guard being willing to go in and stand strong in Memphis.
Not at all. And get ready, because you'll be doing a lot of other places that are almost as troubled.
You got it.
Some of them are equal. You look at what's going on in Baltimore, where the governor is telling me how wonderful it is, and you can't walk across the street without being shot. Could I ask our 2 great senators to say a few words?
Of course,
Please,
Mr.
Marsha.
President, thank you so much. I want to say a thank you to Director Patel, because he had promised that he would come into Memphis. We've had Operation Viper there this summer. There have been over 500 arrests. There are over 100 indictments. And Memphis had the best stats they have had in years this past August. Last month, it was the best August they have had. It's because of the work that's been done. And now to have a new phase of this enforcement for Memphis, where we are going to have all of these agencies working as a team, as the governor said, making certain that this is a long-term effort to make Memphis safe again. Mr. President, we are so grateful, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. And this is an issue that's plagued Memphis since I was a boy, Mr. President. And it's time that we addressed it, and I appreciate your leadership allowing us to do that. And the team that you've assembled here is going to help us deliver the most fundamental responsibility of our government, and that's public safety. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. This should be something that is our primary goal. And certainly I hope to see Memphis become the safest city in America. And thanks for the effort of all of your team here to make certain that happens. Thank you, Governor Lee, and I want to say thanks
Please
to
tell
Memphis
these hogs in the
Police
chat that this is not
Department,
needed, is
Sheriff's
actually a
Department,
detriment to
all work
safety.
closely, to
I
bring this
have
together.
a million times
Look forward to
over.
tremendous
What difference does it fucking make? Nobody listens. This is not a long-term commitment to safety at all. The presence of military on American streets is not only unconstitutional, but is not even a bandage. It is not even a band-aid to a fucking gaping wound. We know that crime is a byproduct of material conditions. We know crime is born out of poverty. Okay? If you want to tackle crime consistently, if you want to make sure that you erase crime to the best of your ability, now there's always still going to be, antisocial personality disorders, crimes such as that, people who are just outright what you would consider to be like evil people and whatnot. But ultimately, most of the crime that we look at, that we see as the most visible aspects of crime, is often either directly just a visible form of poverty, whether it be homeless people on the streets, or the locking of like deodorant at fucking CVS and whatnot. And the only long-term solution to that is to improve people's material conditions, to make sure that they're not living in abject poverty. If a militant response was an active deterrent to crime, which is a dangerous prospect to begin with, because the logical conclusion of that is the military engaging in these campaigns on U.S. soil, okay? But if a militant response in general was a solution to crime, was a permanent solution to crime, then we obviously would not have any fucking violence whatsoever in this country. We have some of the most militant police around the world. They have gear that standing armies don't have in other countries. The NYPD has a fucking, not one, multiple submarines, okay? It's ridiculous. It would have worked by now. They have tanks. Local law enforcement, local police departments have tanks, okay? Like surplus military grade gear that they have purchased from the American government. So obviously, that constant presence of law enforcement should be working. But for some weird reason, it's not.
President Trump put together a team that saw the largest ever violent crime reduction in any city in American history. Something that people had not been able to do in 40 years. That is a momentous achievement. And now the president is going to take that same model to Memphis, and as he said, more cities after that. The team that the president has put together has no equal today or anywhere in American history. I think what's happening here is that what the president has done is made clear. The power of federal law enforcement that was used for the last 4 years to harass and attack conservatives, to harass and attack Christians, to go after law-abiding families. The power of law enforcement under President Trump is going to be used to get all the criminals, all the violent offenders, all the murderers, all the cartels, and all the domestic terrorists off our streets. So whether you're Antifa, whether you're a domestic terrorist, whether you are a violent gang member, a drug trafficker, a trained Iraqwa killer, or anyone else that's threatening our people, President Trump is saying he's going to use his FBI, his DOD, his ATF, his DEA to wipe you out, to put you behind bars, to take you off the street, or to apply whatever legal consequences necessary. Mr. President, I'm honored beyond words to be part of this team under your leadership as you've saved thousands of lives.
Thank you very much. Come on over. Let's sign that. So, you want to say anything about our great military real fast? He's won a job. He's doing this guy.
Mr. President, so our Army National Guard is honored to be part of this mission. This is their community. A lot of them are from D.C. They're from Tennessee. When you talk to them, when you talk to the actual population out there who interact with them every day, they say it's a blessing to have them as a part of their life. And then for the National Guard getting to have this where they get to improve their communities, where their kids are growing up and they're going to church, and this is where their families are. Many of them, sir, have said this is the honor of their lifetime, so thank you.
Look at that nice face, and yet he's a killer. That nice, beautiful face, and he's a total killer. I don't know how you do it. Huh?
Lotion, sir.
Everybody. All right, here we go.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Yes, the FBI claims that they had a note, but then they fucking lost the note or something. I'm going to talk about that in a second with the Charlie Kirk shooter.
Yeah, but
First of all, you've got to.
did they take down the blue tent?
Yes, sir, they did. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hit me with a blue
He's
tent.
signing a proclamation, a presidential memorandum to send the National Guard to Memphis,
The
Tennessee.
next day, and they had a lot of. That was not so easy. That's a violent radical left group. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, well, I'm not.
You've got an amazing team behind you. You've done an awesome job for D.C. I want to get ahead of a story that I think might come out. You pushed out an email earlier today, really showing dozens and dozens of local media in Memphis highlighting all of the violent crime in that city. So they have no problem reporting the crime, but when you show up to solve it, they're going to run around town looking for that one person that says, "We don't want Donald Trump in our city." What can you say to the media there in Memphis, Tennessee, to help let them know the people want you there in their city?
Well, I'm not sure they found that person, because I saw them doing some interviews, and it looked like they were looking, but they were in fact, that producer, that person, I think they lost their jobs, because everybody was saying, we want Trump to be there, they want the people right here to be there. Look, it's very simple. In Chicago, they're getting beat to hell, they're being shot. If you lose 6 or 7 people die over a weekend, they consider that a successful weekend. And when you consider that a successful weekend, that's pretty bad. I had the president of Poland here a few days ago, and we had a news conference. Many of you were here. And I made this statement. I said, we're very happy to announce that it's been over 2 weeks since anybody's been killed in D.C. And he looked at me like, is that supposed to be good? He's looking like, what kind of a place is this? And now it's been a long time, but and as I was saying it, I said, I'm not sure if that sounds good to somebody. It sounded great to you, but it doesn't sound good to somebody from a country where they don't have violent crime like we have. But now it's a long time since that's happened. We went for years where at least one person was killed. Now you're not seeing it all. It's like the border. Millions of people a year ago, millions of people poured into our country. In the last 3 months, there have been 0, as reported by largely Democrats, actually. The border is secure. The country is secure. We've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'll tell you, a year ago, we were a country in tremendous trouble, probably a dead country if it continued. So we're very happy about it. And so just, in terms of your question, people have never seen anything like what we're doing, and I think they're very happy. And they want us to be there. They don't want to be mugged. Who would say, gee, I don't want the National Guard? And you need that in terms of numbers. And also, you look at those guys, I looked at them, they're rough guys. They're, the Supreme Court voted recently on merit. We're a merit-based country again. I said they had tremendous courage to do that. We're a merit-based country again. When I looked at the people that were patrolling the streets for the National Guard and for others, I could see we're merit-based. They were rough-looking, they were tough-looking, and they love our country. So that's where we are, Brian. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Yes. Given with all the that's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left wing, a lot of left wing violence going on, do you have plans? And actually, this is a great opportunity with all these people here. Do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that 100%. And others also, by the way. But Antifa is terrible. There are other groups, there are other groups. We have some pretty radical groups, and they got away with murder. And also, I've been speaking to the Attorney General about bringing RICO against some of the people that you've been reading about that have been putting up millions and millions of dollars for agitation. These aren't protests. These are crimes, what they're doing, where they're throwing bricks at cars of ICE and Border Patrol. And they come in with a beautiful new car. They're so proud. It's Border Patrol, ICE, it's got whatever it is. And they're throwing rocks at it. And after 50 yards, it looks like an old beat-up vehicle. It was just brand new. It was just bought for the purposes, and they don't have to take that anymore. I let it be known. We'll take responsibility. They don't have to take it anymore, and they don't want to take it. They were told by a past administration. It became almost
apparently J.D. Vance referenced Soros and Ford Foundation twice in his speech.
You do whatever the hell you want. I watched it so sick it made me. For 4 years, I had to sit home and watch people screaming at policemen and spitting in their face.
DSA and PSL are too small fry for them to even care about. They want to tackle like big organizations. I think they're like going after liberal groups as well. They're not just going after the left. They're not like going after leftist groups. Okay, they're going after. Glenn says they still have their First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting. Well, I'm not so sure. Yeah, it's very obvious that this administration does not give a fuck. I mean, everything that I told you was going to happen is literally happening. I told you that it wasn't going to stay with like undocumented or even documented non-citizens. I told you, it was always going to extend to all political dissidents. And if you think it stops there, you are delusional. Eventually, this administration will decide that you're next. That's how it works. That's how fascism works. And I've been trying to actively get people on board. I'm trying to explain to people that it's not, the goal here is not just to clean up the most radical elements of the political left. Like, that's not the goal. That's never been the goal. The goal is to silence dissent, and not just silence dissent, but demand admiration from everyone. Okay. You can see that with the way that they're operating right now with the Charlie Kirk stuff. Are there people who have said like crazy shit? Certainly. Okay. But it doesn't stop there. They're not just going after people who have said crazy shit, which again, you could just let it go regardless, right? And the administration shouldn't be touching that in any case, because that's still, once again, a violation of the First Amendment. But they're now moving away from that. They're moving away from just like yelling about people or demanding that they get fired. They want the administration to prosecute people who have not sufficiently demonstrated grief about Charlie Kirk. What do you think that means? It's fucking insane.
And New Orleans, we want to get to, too.
Your FBI is investigating the potential role of left-wing organizations in the assassination. I'm wondering if you think if Charlie Kirk...
At what point is it full fascism? We're 2 steps away from full fascism. Full fascism is due process is over and free speech is completely over. Once they tackle that, or rather redirect the courts to follow their vision, follow their agenda, you've crossed the last Rubicon. You've crossed the finish line, basically. The comparison I would use is like the Nuremberg race laws, because at first they want to tackle the remaining institutions that are supposed to offer some kind of counterbalance to growing accelerated fascism. But then after they've sufficiently dismantled these institutions, they will rebuild it in their own vision. Okay? That's how it works.
That was taken out, and do you plan to provide proof that these were narco-terrorists who were on their way to the U.S.?
Well, we have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was, like, it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place, and it was. Plus, we have recorded evidence that they were leaving. We've recorded them. It was very careful because we know you people would be after us. We're very careful. The military has been amazing, and General Kane showed me a little while ago the clip, but you could actually see it, but you don't have to see it because we have recorded proof and evidence. We know what time they were leaving, when they were leaving, what they had, and all of the other things that you'd like to have. But we have noticed that there are no ships in the ocean anymore. We're seeing that there's like no ships, when the first one we went, there were hundreds of boats. Now there are no boats. I wonder why. Meaning no drugs are coming across. Probably stopping some fishermen too. I mean, to be honest, if I were a fisherman, I wouldn't want to go fishing. Just a nice, let's take a little trip, because I'd say, man, if they maybe
he's literally threatening civilian fishermen off the coastline of their own sovereign state.
There are literally no boats. This was a boat.
It's fucking insane.
We were surprised to see it. Now, what does that mean? That means there's no drugs coming by sea, but they do come by land. And you know what? We're telling the cartels right now, we're going to be stopping them too.
Hassan promotes killing.
We're going to be stopping them the same way we stop the boats.
You're watching Donald Trump straight up threaten, after attacking 2 ships off the coast of Venezuela, threatening random fishermen overseas. And you're like, Hassan is the one who actually promotes killing. I don't. Okay? I do not.
Speak to you directly to alert you that Israel was going to be striking Hamas sites in Qatar?
No, I didn't. Yeah, go ahead. Same way you did. Go ahead, please.
Online.
I think so. When I say that, that's my opinion. I think he was radicalized online based on what they're saying.
Do social media companies bear any responsibility for that? And how does that
I'm going to have to ask, I don't know, I'd ask Pam that question. I don't know if you or Todd could give an answer to that. Somebody has to bear some responsibility.
And President Trump, I've always told parents, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet, what they're doing online.
what they're listening to, what they're reading. They're all online. They're all on their phones all the time. Parents have got to monitor that because this starts when
I have a serious question for you, Shy Luna Moon. People online are posting cut up old things like you said, like when you first started streaming. The way it's cut up, it looks really bad. I don't know the full context because they're from when you first started streaming. When I saw it, I can see why people think you were calling for violence against the right. You've been in here since 2019. You've been subscribed for 22 months. Have I said something even remotely similar to the way that people are presenting? If the answer is no, then why the fuck would you turn around and be like, well, we got to hand it to them. People are just lying about what your political positions are. Like, do you not have the capacity to think for yourself? Do you not have the capacity to think for yourself? How long have you been in here? You have the capacity to think for yourself. If it doesn't make sense, if it is entirely antithetical to the things that I have said for the past 6 fucking years, why are you questioning it? I mean, go dig deep. Go find it, okay? I know there's a video that looks really bad. I know there's many videos, okay? I know. I think the concern is there isn't a longer clip that puts it into a context as an exaggerated joke. Yes, it's from when I was talking to Dan Stalkman, who I was friends with at the time. Okay? That's where it's from. It doesn't fucking matter. It literally doesn't matter. It's LARP. It's not serious. There has never been a moment where I've been like, we should, you know, as a sincere policy opinion, advocated to do harm to fucking landlords. They're trying to make it seem like there is a serious threat to Maoist third worldist landlordicide in the United States of America in 2025. Yes, okay? That's it. It's fucking stupid. Yes, brother. Yes. Back when I thought that they were progressive, that they were, and they did present themselves as progressive social democrats. Okay? Both him and Sex Pestiny. What are we fucking talking about? Wouldn't there be a more recent clip that you could point to if this was like a sincere opinion that I was advocating for? Don't you think that this would be something that comes out, something that comes across? What are we doing?
Get on TikTok. He used to say to me, get on TikTok. Charlie was unbelievable. So probably, and I did. I had somebody named TikTok Jack, and he'd put that camera. He said, just a real quick statement, sir, like 10 seconds or less.
This guy said, it doesn't matter. You said it in the internet and people will always use it against you. You fucked up, man. You're right. I should just end my entire political advocacy, dude. Okay? You're right, chatter. I should just stop doing it. You know what? Fuck it, guys. Have a good one. Like, what does this fucking take, dude? Yeah, no shit. You're taking it the wrong way. What do you mean? That guy literally said, oh, it's on the internet forever. I know, dude. I know. People also think that I'm responsible for 9/11. Okay? People also think that I played a role in it or advocated for more 9/11s to happen. A lot more people know that, actually. A lot more people think that, as a matter of fact. There's not much you can do at a certain point. Okay? You just have to keep pushing. That's it. That's it. No matter how idiotic, no matter how stupid someone's positions might be, someone's like negatively framed smear campaign might look like, people will always believe it. Okay? People are always going to say, no, this is what he believes. This is what he did. He dropped Tower 7 himself personally when he was fucking 9 years old. He's the one who made Russia invade Ukraine. There's a bunch of insane things that people believe. Okay? And it's so funny because, like, I'm literally getting, I got a shit ton of people demanding that I get arrested, prosecuted, killed all over the internet. And people are like, well, you know, what's up with this take from fucking 2018 when you're talking to a landlord and you're LARPing? A landlord who at the time was your friend, as a matter of fact. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? My favorite thing is like when people just look at something that is very clearly cynically framed, very clearly negatively framed. It's just like not something that I'm talking about at all, and then presenting it as though I'm like advocating for violence. It is what it is. It is what it is. I used to think you were a crazy terrorist sympathizer. Then I watched you for longer than 5 seconds, Lamau. Exactly. Exactly. This is the name of the game. Okay? The name of the game is smear people and consistently try to belittle their position rather than actually try to understand what the fuck they're saying. And it's unfortunately very successful in the clip-based media landscape that we're in, where people's attention spans are shorter and shorter all the time. There are more than 10,000 hours of political commentary that I've done very publicly in front of hundreds of thousands of people over the course of the past decade. My positions are very well known. And yet there are still people who do everything in their physical power to actively bastardize those positions, to actively undermine those positions, to try to fucking farm outrage clicks to the best of their ability. It's just an unfortunate byproduct of the environment that we're in. Okay? If you think a singular 10-second clip can truly change your perspective on everything that I've advocated for over the course of the past 10 years, I don't know what to tell you. It's that simple. That's it. Too bad you made the 9/11 comment. I enjoyed your content. Yeah. Do they really think Dipset was Taliban? Yeah, they do.
The American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately, but the freedom of speech protected them, right? And so, and that's been argued a couple of times, and you know, it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon, and that's the violence. They incite violence. So when I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine, and all of a sudden they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either, but I will say, it incites violence.
You need counter messaging, man. Even if it won't turn the radicals, then at least don't let the moderates paint a target on your back. The administration could send you to the gulag. None of the people that are actually putting a target on me right now are fucking moderates. There might be moderates who have been whipped up into a frenzy by radicals, but if you notice, like a lot of the accounts that Elon is actually promoting in his advocacy are all like lolicon drawn child pornography Nazi accounts. Like they're fucking pedophile Nazis that he's like highlighting. Okay. Do you think that those guys are moderates? No. So if you're considering, if you're thinking like, well, moderates might be duped by this, it's true. They might be. And it is on all of us to, I guess, correct the record and to help them understand the much more consequential, much larger problem in front of us. Right now, this administration is bouldering in the direction of fascism. If your concern here is what Twitch streamers have said at any point, really, and not the much larger, much more significant problem that is imminent, then you are, unfortunately, a deeply unserious person. Proof that he promotes pedos. I think the last two lolicon accounts that he retweeted were both, they're lolicon accounts. They're like drawn art. They're drawn children.
And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that.
In retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk,
right,
do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags, to have staff when Melissa Hortman, the
So you don't have proof? Okay. Wait, what? Then what was the post with the guide on how to make a weapon to kill a politician meaning? Wait, dude, do you think that in the United States of America that someone needs to make a weapon? Are you fucking stupid? It's clearly a joke.
Assassin as well.
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, sometimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why?
Damn, who let her in? Who let a real journalist in the room? What's happening?
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country.
This is the account he's talking about, by the way. He doesn't think that this account is a fucking pedo neo-Nazi.
And we are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs that they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically?
That's the account Elon Musk retweeted.
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yeah, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organized doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law.
Chatter. Defend the pedophile.
They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for
That
gas
account
masks,
literally role-plays
organized
posting
drop
as a
points
fake underage
for all the
sister.
materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the attorney general is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And, you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw it before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer. Really, it's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens up. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers. And they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone.
Beautiful hammers.
And they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking them. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive. And they're great, and you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly. But at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great. Here is one of the highlights from this incredible press conference.
That's a violent radical left group. Okay, go ahead.
I got peppered with a lot of comments for doing that. They still have their First Amendment right, though. They're still out there protesting. You've got an amazing team behind you.
So, yeah, well, I'm not so sure if they have a First Amendment right. Like, at what point will people realize, like, this motherfucker is coming after everybody, okay? He's coming after everybody. Anyone that is a dissident at any point, he's going to come after. He wants to open up RICO cases to NGOs. We're going to talk about that a little bit further, okay? It's over. The project is done, okay? White House plans broad crackdown on liberal groups. Some of the highest-ranking officials in federal government used Charlie Kirk's podcast, guest hosted by Vice President J.D. Vance, to lay out their plans. Trump administration officials on Monday responded to the activist Charlie Kirk's assassination by threatening to bring the weight of the federal government down on what they alleged was a left-wing network that funds and incites violence, seizing on the killing to make broad and unsubstantiated claims about their political opponents. Investigators were still working to identify a motive in Mr. Kirk's killing, but the Republican governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has said that the suspect had a leftist ideology and that he acted alone. The White House and President Trump's allies suggested he was a part of a coordinated movement that was fomenting violence against conservatives without presenting evidence that such a network existed. America has seen a wave of violence across the political spectrum, targeting Democrats and Republicans. On Monday, two senior administration officials who spoke anonymously to describe their internal planning said that cabinet secretaries and federal department heads were working to identify organizations that funded or supported violence against conservatives. The goal, they say, was to categorize left-wing activity that led to violence as domestic terrorism, an escalation that critics said could lay the groundwork for crushing anti-conservative dissent more broadly. The reason why all of the very prominent, very visible right-wing content creators and right-wing accounts on Twitter have been actively saying, Hassan, you foment violence. Hassan, you foment violence. Hassan, you want violence to happen to conservatives. You want unlimited violence to happen to conservatives. You're a violent figure. The reason why they're doing that, the reason why they're escalating it, the reason why they're The reason why they got the knives out is for this, so they can get the attention of the most Twitter-facing administration of all time to play a role in trying to silence political opposition, to try and silence political dissent. Okay? That's it. And it's ironic because if this was a different administration, and we were talking about this, like, there are organizations out there that are violent, that have been prosecuted by previous administrations, both left and right. Okay? Atomwaffen is a great example of this. Prominent neo-Nazi groups, Patriot Prayer, and all these other established neo-Nazi networks are responsible for a lot of violence and a lot of domestic terror on U.S. soil. This is a reality that the administration itself has recognized as well. The Department of Justice also released a study. What the NIJ, National Institute of Justice, released was their own research about domestic terrorism. Okay? NIJ-funded research projects have led to a better understanding of the processes that result in violent action, factors that increase the risk of radicalizing to violence, and how best to prevent and respond to violent extremism. Now, the reason why we're looking at this page that was on the National Institute of Justice government page on the Wayback Machine is because they deleted it. They deleted this study. The Department of Justice removed this study from their webpage. The reason why they removed the study from their webpage is because when they investigated further on what kind of dangerous radicalization was taking place, both online and on U.S. soil in general, that leads to the overwhelming majority of violent extremist actions, domestic terror on U.S. soil, they found out that it was more often than not right-wing. Okay? Militant, nationalistic, white supremacist, violent extremism has increased in the United States. In fact, the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In this same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. A recent threat assessment by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security concluded that violent domestic extremists are an acute threat and highlighted a probability that COVID-19 pandemic-related stressors, long-standing ideological grievances related to immigration, and narratives surrounding electoral fraud will continue to serve as a justification for violent actions. A lot of conservatives used to always talk about, 1984, George Orwell, 1984. This is unironically 1984 shit. George Orwell himself was also an anti-fascist, right? He was also anti-Stalin, but he was, he went and engaged in anti-fascist acts. His gripe was towards authoritarianism in general. Maybe sometimes he got a little heavy-handed, a little bit of an anarchist tendency. But regardless, right, he was very clearly talking about fascist authoritarian mechanisms of control. And this very same book that the Republicans kept fucking repeatedly talking about over and over and over again, okay? This very same book that Republicans kept talking about over and over and over again is actually being implemented in real time. The don't believe your lying eyes, okay? Up is down. Good is bad. Bad is good. All at the behest of this fascist project. So perhaps it's not that strange, ultimately, that the likes of Nick Fuentes are gaining prominence in this dangerous media landscape. This is one of the things that I was going to show you as well.
Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes. Raise your right hand. All right, everybody raise your right hand. Repeat.
Like, this guy is saying, I'm a fucking violent threat, okay? That guy right now is getting boosted by Elon Musk and has been. Mr. Christian right here, Mr. Wholesome Christian right here, is claiming that I'm the fucking violent, dangerous radical. Now, of course, maybe in the eyes of this current administration, they might also see me as the violent, dangerous radical and him to be an ally.
Can one of these women just get it together before I kill all of them?
No, I'm kidding, of course. I would never wrap my hands around a Look, I love everybody. Look, I just love everybody and I just hate violence.
Anyway, getting back to this current administration and their priorities, some of the highest ranking officials in the federal government used Mr. Kirk's podcast, The Charlie Kirk Show, to lay out their plans. From his official office at the White House, Vice President J.D. Vance served as a guest host of the podcast, inviting senior members of the administration, including Stephen Miller, the president's top policy advisor, to praise Mr. Kirk while also detailing their plans to crack down on what they call leftist non-governmental organizations. The show was broadcast on the television screens in the White House briefing room and in several West Wing offices. In their comments, Mr. Vance and Mr. Miller spoke in vague and menacing terms about far-left groups that they said facilitated violence. Okay, here's one of the clips.
We have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years. And I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murderer's gun.
Yeah. Which is why what we are going to do is prosecute and arrest and maybe even deport all political dissidents, which is not, of course, a violent act at all. Bro's going to tank his show with his negative aura. I think you guys are still at the joking stage, and you're not realizing how sincere and serious this problem is. I'm going to be honest with you. We are living in unprecedented times. The administration is dangerously extremist, dangerously radical. But because it is the administration, we have this false notion that whatever they do is normal and it's normalized. And I think a lot of liberals do not understand exactly what is happening. Okay?
In the last few days, for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination, you have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful.
By the way, this was my opinion. Does the assassination of Charlie Kirk represent a significant turning point in American history, or is it just another incident in a series of politically violent acts? 48% say just another incident. This is what I tried to speak to with all of the different media hits that I did with the New York Times op-ed that I wrote, that Americans are so desensitized to violence that they look to yet another instance, even if it's a high-profile figure, even if it's a figure that was beloved by the right, and they go, okay, well, you know, it literally, a school shooting happened with a far-right neo-Nazi shooting up and critically injuring two of his classmates an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot. Like, they see it so much. Americans see it so much that it's not something that they consider to be all too unique. Like I said, well, who Charlie Kirk was, or how much of a beloved figure he was for at least like some of the powerful people within the MAGA movement, the expectation that Americans are going to be so desensitized to violence because of our overall inability to address the systemic reasons as to why this kind of ultra violence takes place with regular frequency, to then turn around and be like, well, this one is different. For many Americans, they're not going to see it as that. That's it. The reason, this is still significant, by the way. 40% saying that this is a significant turning point is definitely larger than the 30% that you would expect to say is a significant turning point. You know, the people that say, this was my radicalizing moment. And it's like a guy who has been a Nazi for the past decade. You know what I mean? It's like, no, bitch, this wasn't a radicalizing moment for you. You keep using every moment as a radicalizing moment. You say Cracker Barrel is a radicalizing moment. You say woke is a radicalizing moment every single time. Okay? But the reason why this is a dangerous number is because that means that there's at least 10% that were in the margins that have been, that have fed into all of the both liberal media and right-wing media consistently pumping this up and saying that this is like, this is a significant turning point for America. They are coming after, white Christians or whatever. Like, people are subscribing to that notion. Here's Greg Gutfeld.
Carrie
saying we don't need more information. What's interesting here is why it's only happening on the left and not the right.
It wasn't school indoctrination. Kerry Lake went off on that. He was in an online apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College, which I don't think was
changed.
teaching.
I would just note
I
the
understand,
family
but
said
they
he
didn't say
changed.
when he changed. Yeah.
If Americans are desensitized to violence, wouldn't that also apply to the people in the admin? I feel like that needs to happen. Is Kirk's funeral next Sunday, along with some new Epstein news jobs for us to move on from this? No, the administration doesn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk either. They knew him. They loved him. They hung out with him and his family. Donald Trump was asked about Charlie Kirk the other day. He literally immediately started talking about the fucking ballroom he's building. What more do you need to see from Donald Trump to recognize that he does not give a shit about Charlie Kirk at all? Now, I know Republicans will hear me say this and say, how dare you, Hassan? Donald Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Everyone grieves differently. But it's pretty clear that he cares more about how he can utilize Charlie Kirk's death as a point of martyrdom so he can fucking prosecute political dissidents and doesn't give a shit about a friend he lost along the way. I will go so far as to say the only person that I've seen that is still a cynical grifter, but truly felt human in that brief moment is Candace Owens. Outside of fucking Candace Owens, I ain't seen a single goddamn Republican even take a brief moment to be like, here are the amazing moments that I shared with Charlie Kirk, my friend. Okay. Candace Owens seemingly grieved Charlie Kirk harder than his wife did. It's crazy. Why do you think the U.S. is so easy to fool around with this leftist extremism hoax? Is it the Red Scare in history, or is it just plain idiocy? It's both. If the trend wouldn't be started in the U.S., we wouldn't talk about this in the UK and Europe either. But this is the beating heart of capitalism, the global domination over communism, wherever it might have been fomented, okay? America won the Cold War, and it was a very costly process. And America has been suffering since its victory over the USSR as well, because in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, we reached an unprecedented level of super profits that are constantly expanding, and in the process of that expansion, that unlimited greed has created an environment where the working poor get shafted worse every single fucking year, okay? That's what happens when you have no safeguards. That's what happens when there's no counterbalance. So, of course, this country that successfully destroyed any alternative vision for an economic evolution is going to have an audience of receptive, brainless losers who will then turn around and say, no, it's not. The systems that we exist under are not the reason why we're suffering. It's the Guatemalan migrants. It's the transgenders. Okay, well, Donald Trump is doing unlimited warfare to all of those groups. Does it feel like things are more affordable for you? Wake up. At some point, you have to recognize that it's actually not the trans neighbors that you have that are destroying your lives, that are dominating your lives. It's not the Guatemalan immigrant that is just working a fucking factory to make sure that, you know, you can get cheap goods and commodities that you can consistently consume. That is actually the reason why you feel like you're never going to be able to own a home or retire at a fucking reasonable age. We exist under the complete domination of global capital, multinational corporations that are owned by people who have no loyalty whatsoever beyond expanding their profit margins when profit rates have a tendency to fall. They will constantly seek out extra profit margins everywhere they can. And the only malleable aspect in the commodity production side that can be squeezed is labor, whether that be seeking out new labor markets after you have dominated them through war and designing a system of unequal extraction from the global south, or whether it be gig economy jobs that are readily available for all so that you can always have a fucking cheap servant at your disposal through your fucking phone. But when one side of the equation, when an alternative vision is cast aside as dangerous, scary, violent, Americans find themselves in this drunken stupor as they sleepwalk towards fascism. because there are other alternatives. When capitalism inevitably creates economic pressure, when capitalism inevitably creates these shocks within the system, fascism thrives because it's seen as a way to restore the hierarchical order by force. That's how it works. That's how it worked in Nazi Germany. That's how it worked in Mussolini's Italy. And that's how it's working here in the Western world. It's not just the United States of America. We say jump. Those European leaders say how high. They are completely and utterly servile in a way that is impossible to ignore now. Why is it impossible to ignore? They come after spending years and years shitting on Donald Trump, calling him an orange buffoon. They come and they genuflect. They come and they say, yes, sir. Yes, master. We will give you more tithing. We will do everything in our power to make you happy. So if you're wondering, if you're following from Europe and you're looking at all the chaos that's unfolding in America and you're saying, oh, well, at least we're not here. At least it's not happening here. You're looking into the future. Okay? You are looking into the future. For years and years, Europeans would come into my chat and be like, Hassan, you guys are such fucking fools. You're so silly. You're so stupid. We don't have this kind of shit in Europe. And I told you, I warned you, I said, what happens here today will happen in Europe tomorrow. And in the last decade of me constantly saying this, you saw the rise of AfD in Germany. You saw the rise of nationalists in France. You saw the rise of the Reform Party in the UK. Fascism is everywhere in liberal capitalist countries. And they are going to do the exact same thing that Donald Trump is doing right now when they have a little bit of the grip of power. Okay? When they control the levers of power, they are going to turn around and they're going to suppress dissent. They're going to violently and physically apprehend you. The only way out of this, the only other alternative out of this is socialism. The only other alternative out of this is to talk to your neighbors, organize in your communities, explain to them that it is actually global capital that is destroying their lives, because these people do not actually hide in cigar smoke filled back rooms where they fantasize about what to do with you, where they treat you as cattle. They do it in broad daylight. They do it at the World Economic Forum. They do it at Davos. They do it at the G10 summit. They do it at these summits where they get together and say, hey, we all have our class goals, right? We are aligned by the same interests. They do it in broad daylight. And the only reason why they can do it in broad daylight is because so many of your neighbors, so many of your friends have been deluded into thinking that the socialist alternative is dangerous. The socialist alternative is scary. That, oh my God, there could never be a better system than the one that we exist under. And the other system is scary and dangerous and violent. That's it. I've been warning about this moment in American history for the past decade, every single fucking day. Every single day. They won't even let you in on a crumb of the profits, the super profits that they are generating in the heart of Western Empire. And they won't even do it as riot tax. They won't even offer you modest social democratic reforms, because they know they can get away with it. They know that your attention will go elsewhere, okay? Today, you tap in. Today, you tune in, but tomorrow you'll forget about it, because they know that even if you do pay attention to it, you will inevitably feel discouraged. You will inevitably feel like change is an impossibility, and therefore, you'll seek out nihilism. You'll seek out appropriate targets that you can go after. You'll seek out areas that seemingly are more malleable, people that are more accessible, like your least favorite Twitch streamer or your least favorite fucking content creator, this or that. These systems are seemingly impenetrable. And that's why I understand why people are so malleable and why people fight amongst themselves, because they feel like maybe it's easier. Maybe it's easier to just like have the government pack up vulnerable populations that I've been taught to fear. Okay? That's it. There is no difference between a black person and a white person. There's no difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant and a natural born U.S. citizen. No difference whatsoever. Not even a little bit. Everyone has unlimited potential. It is up to us to unlock said potential. But people, unfortunately, are held behind through systems of inequality. And the people that refuse to address those systemic, to address the systemic inequality would rather have you servile, would rather have you deluded, would rather have you angry and fighting amongst yourselves. It's not different from when Lenin presented this reality, and it's not different right now. I'm not saying something that is new, okay? This has always been the design. The only difference now is that capitalism is completely won. It has dominated our lives. It has dominated our existence. We take it for granted. We think it's a part of the human nature. We can't even envision an alternative reality where we say, hey, can people get a little bit more in return for their productive labor, for their output? No, that's socialism. That's terrifying. That's bad. Why do you want to reward lazy people? They're not working hard. And this is not a CEO saying this. This is not the owner of a mega corporation saying this. This is Americans who work that are saying this. Think about that. They've been so brainwashed and so fucking brain broken that they turn around and say, people just like me, working an honest job, people that look exactly like me, people that have the exact same class interests, they're bad people. They're the real enemies, actually. And not capital, not capitalism. God forbid. And they fucking toil away and they get their little treats on the sideline so that, you know, for a brief moment, they feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in their lives, a sense of humanity in their lives, and they just move along with their day. And change seems impossible. Change in the appropriate direction seems impossible. But as material conditions worsen, day in and day out, people get resentful. People get angry. And there's one party that takes that anger, that captures that attention, that captures all of that enmity, and redirects it back to targets that are vulnerable, targets that are easily dismissed. Because most people don't care. Most people are too self-invested. Most people don't have time to care. Most people are too busy trying to make rent. Most people are too busy trying to afford their fucking groceries. Most people are too busy with the fear that if they, God forbid, something terrible were to happen, they're going to be saddled with medical debt. So in that process, they get more and more angry. And then when someone comes along and says, you're angry, and it's because the groceries are too expensive, right? But you know who's made the groceries too expensive? The fucking Guatemalan dude that is slaving away in 100-degree heat to make sure that you can have tomatoes. That's the reason why your groceries are expensive. And when we deport that guy, instead of offering him the dignity that he deserves, that everyone deserves, but he deserves more than many others, okay, for toiling the fucking land for a goddamn decade. When we kick that guy out of this country, then groceries are somehow magically going to be less costly. It's bullshit, but people believe it. And the reason why people believe it is because there is no one out there in a position of prominence that turns around and says, how the fuck is that going to help? What is this? This was you warning Europe in 2023, poorly clipped? I mean, I've done it way before 2023 as well.
Times I've told you European fucks keep laughing from over there at America. You're just basically laughing at your own future. I hate to fucking be the bearer of bad news, but that is now, okay? It's here. That fucking corporate brain rot, that hyper-capitalist brain rot, that slowly but surely has eroded your own constitutions, your own checks and balances, the pervasive influence of lobbying that I told you was coming to your fucking countries. It's been happening for the past 10 to 20 years. And now you're finally starting to see the worst aspects of it. And get ready, because the other side of it, it's already existed. It's already been in existence in places like Sweden and whatnot, where like any kind of fucking immigration is seen as like the main reason for why society's awful, any kind of like awful feeling that you have due to existing under this like these crippling conditions are directly related back to immigration, directly related back to refugees, directly related back to Islam, when, you know, it has nothing to do with that at fucking all. So there's that as well. And now you have the police that are supposed to be controlling the population, that are there to protect and control, protect and serve the interests of capital, take carte blanche approaches to wanton violence that is unchecked, unrestricted, and it's going to get fucking worse.
My eldest is
20,000 officers and says it will take a zero tolerance.
I mean, it'll never not be wild to me to see an entire...
There's still people saying, nah, fuck off in the chat at that time. Elindria, I want to see what they're saying now. Let's see. I sniped someone from back then. Okay. Has your position changed? Elindria, 64-month subscriber. I mean, I'm not calling you out. I hate to single you out like this, but I had to snipe you from the past. I totally wasn't referring to that, Lamau. I couldn't have been. I'm American. Okay, never mind. Oh, fuck off, bitch. Fuck you. Oh, they're talking to the person. Okay, my bad. I think they're just responding to this person, the journalist that was presenting.
It'll never not be wild to me to see an entire nation in a state of disarray and unrest with mass mobilization happening in public over one singular teenager being shot at a traffic stop. And of course, I'm not trying to belittle or minimize the violence that you are seeing, right? But I'm simply an American. So when I see a 17-year-old get shot at a traffic stop, I think, well, that's a Tuesday. Our police force kills 1,000 civilians a year.
This is why you will never be at the level of Charlie Kirk. You know, I actually wear that as a badge of honor. Charlie Kirk was an administration hatchet man. He was a regime propagandist. He was beholden to whatever the Republican Party wanted him to do. He was a mere vessel of Republican propaganda. I mean, he obviously made the correct bet. After presenting himself as an anti-Trump voice, he turned around and demonstrated complete fealty to Donald Trump, and he was rewarded for it. I mean, he got invited to the White House. He became a trusted advisor. This is true. There's a reason why I am not the equivalent of Charlie Kirk on the left, because the Democratic Party is antagonistic to many of the things that I'm talking about. My goal, the way I see myself, the way I see my role in this process is to try to help people arrive at the conclusion that the danger is here. It's not even just like knocking on our door. It's inside of our houses. It's inside of our homes. It's inside of our fucking minds, you know? So with 50,000 veterans on the street, we should focus on immigration. My friend, if you think that these kinds of talking points are going to work here, you are the biggest idiot on the planet. Do you think, first of all, there's 600,000 people on the street, not just 50,000 veterans. I think they should all get houses. I have advocated for housing, a housing first policy. I've advocated to fix the housing markets. Have you? Have any of your Republican leaders done so? No, because they, just like you're doing here, whether you are aware of this or not, doesn't fucking matter, only use veterans as a talking point to deflect away from another issue. This is at the heart of the problem. It's one deflection after the next. It's always a deflection. Gun control. Oh, what about mental health? We got to focus on mental health. Okay, let's focus on mental health. Oh, fuck you. We're not going to do that. And then you package this up and you turn around and you focus on some made up nonsense. Okay, wake the fuck up. I work with groups that seek to provide shelter and help homeless people. Okay, your fight is not with someone like myself. Not only do I have the appropriate policies to try to deal with this crisis, you're trying to defend an administration who very clearly does not give a shit. We're the richest nation on the planet. We're the richest nation on the fucking planet, and we got 600,000 plus people sleeping outside every night. You're not answering my question because this is fucking made up. Exactly how we're giving 4-star away and food stamps on immigration is not a waste of money. Because we don't have a finite supply of any of these things, okay? It's fucking bullshit. The appropriate thing to do in that situation, if we're going to talk about immigration without trying to deflect it away and be like, oh, like, okay, it's not a zero-sum game, right? If you want my honest perspective, I hope you listen to this with as much charitability as you possibly can, okay? Listen to me. It's not a zero-sum game at all, okay? We can do both at the same time. And the appropriate thing to do with migrants that are actually seeking refuge on U.S. soil, who will become wonderful contributions to the American economy, to the American state, is by giving them expedited documentation. Because the difference between a migrant that is documented and a migrant that is undocumented, or the difference between an undocumented migrant and someone like yourself that was fortunate enough to be born on U.S. soil, myself included, is paperwork. That's it. Okay? In the eyes of the law, it's just paperwork. So one must ask the question why we do not actually offer them the proper clearance so they can fucking work on U.S. soil. These guys aren't here to fuck up the country. They're here to work. Why won't we let them work? Or we do let them work, but why do we let them work as undocumented laborers instead of offering them the proper documentation? You must ask that question to yourself. I know what the answer is. It's because if they are kept undocumented, they can be abused and discarded. Okay? There's a two-tier labor system in this country. You have the documented labor force and you have the undocumented labor force. And the undocumented labor force is always presented as a depressive mechanism against the documented labor force. This is the exact same issue that I was talking about. You are led to believe that these people are actually here to harm you, when in fact, the system is designed by people who are actually harming you every single day. After we just had a pandemic, let 10 million unvaxxed with no background checks. There has never been a point where I've said any of those things. Okay, but this is a fun position to have. The pro-mass inoculation Republican who is just like racistly angry. Okay, what now? What if there was mass inoculation happening at the border? What if there were background checks that were happening at the border as well? Would you be fine with that then? Remember, you're presenting a problem that I'm aware of, a problem that I choose to address, a problem that I want to solve. But the only reason why you're bringing it up is because you simply don't want migrants in the country. So at least be a little bit more honest about your position, or maybe reconsider your position. What now? Migrants come in, they get not racist, just makes no sense. Okay, they come in, they get inoculated, they get their proper background checks, and they get their proper clearance to work on U.S. soil so they can be a part of unions and advocate for better wages for all American workers. So they're no longer used as a second-class, second-tier labor force that can depress American wages. Okay? Do you have an issue with that? Do you have an issue with that? I don't. Do you have an issue with that? And if you do, why? Okay, there's no answer for now. He's really reconsidering. Maybe his worldview is shook.
And I know there are so many like them all across our great country.
I have an issue because we should focus on helping our situation before trying to flood with 10 million people. Brother, this operates under the idiotic notion that if there were no migrants, that we would somehow magically help these people. Are you fucking stupid? Well, the answer is yes. If you truly believe this, you are duped. Okay? You're a sucker. You're a fool. Immigration has been completely stopped, virtually stopped by the Trump administration at this point. Have we helped the fucking homeless people, or are we using the military to forcibly clean the streets of the homeless people? Who knows where they're getting pushed? Meanwhile, all of those migrant laborers that you are saying are flooding the markets are unironically paying more in taxes, and they get nothing in return for it, and they just get fucking bullied and humiliated and then discarded violently. So we wouldn't save money not using on immigration benefits. We do not actually have a negative impact on the economy by migration. You will never find a serious economist that will claim that that is the case. The only dollar value that they assign to undocumented immigrants and how much they take away from the existing welfare state that's already in a state of fucking disrepair anyway is the children of undocumented migrants. 1 in 14 households in this country have one parent that is not of documented status, by the way. So 1 out of every 14 family that you are talking about have a child that was born on U.S. soil and therefore is an American citizen, full blown. And those kids, they do get to go to public school. They do get to take advantage of the welfare state. So what you're referencing is actually just American citizens that were born on U.S. soil that has been constitutionally protected, even though Donald Trump wants to actually eradicate that as well. Birthright citizenship. Anyway, we're done with this. Let's get back to the fascist collapse.
I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head." Oh, how badly have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie.
Dude, come on. We must tell the truth. Coming from this fucking dipshit, this administration. How ridiculous. These people have never told the truth, man. Never. Not even a little bit. It's so crazy to see them posture as like truth advocates of the truth, defenders of the truth. ICE budget is nearly $200 billion, an increase of like 800%. It would have only cost like $50 billion to house all the homeless veterans. Why didn't they do that instead? Are spending the money on overtime for current employees? I wonder why. It just doesn't. These guys, for a lot of people, I think it starts and ends at a very simple position, which is they're not like me and I'm scared of them. Okay? And Republicans build on that tribalistic sentiment. That's all it is. And there's plenty of stereotyping that you can accidentally or deliberately pump your brain full of to continue that fear. How else would you arrive at a position that like these people are actually here to destroy the country? They're not just here to work. You don't understand. It's so stupid.
For what was he, if not a man who told the truth in every place, in every environment? Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate and suffered death and was buried and rose again on the third day. Charlie believed, as I do.
Dude, it's crazy that it's just like so much of the fascist rhetoric is like wrapped around Christianity, like this fake ass Christian bullshit. Like, who the fuck is this for, man? It's just, look, I've never been an anti-Christian type, okay? I've never been like an anti-religion person. I myself am not a spiritual person, not a religious person at all, okay? And I know many people in this community are, and I always yell at them, and I just can't get them to fucking turn the other cheek. But god damn, dude, some of the most visible aspects of like Christianity in the United States of America are just horrible monsters, dude. They just literally masquerade as religious figures. They wrap their fascist policies, their hateful rhetoric with the cloak of Christianity, with the cloak of religious doctrine to make you think, oh no, we're doing this for some higher purpose. No, the fuck you're not. You're an evil piece of shit. It's so obvious. It's crazy that people just can't see it.
That all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must. But unity, real unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain.
This is not Christianity. This is evangelism. They put an emphasis on money. It's demonic, using Christ's name in order to do evil shit. I know. Prosperity gospel is so fucked up.
Of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of...
Bro just said, here, after the first 2 minutes of talking about the Bible and Christianity, let me tell you, you should hate your neighbor. Okay, your neighbor, if he's a libtard, thou shall kill. Actually, not kill. Thou shall hate your neighbor over misunderstandings, please.
Of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified.
What's really funny about this, by the way, is that the understanding of violence, I think, in the minds of every population in the Western world, especially in like liberal capitalist democracies, the understanding of violence is not when the state does it. That's permissible. That's not violence. That's something different. It's rules and regulations that has to happen. It's only violence when someone that is a non-state actor is engaging in it, even if it is in self-defense. An example that I always use is the reflection of the Black Lives Matter protests. It's not violent when taxpayers are met with armed thugs of the state that use chemical weapons on them, but it is violence if those very same taxpayers turn around and bring leaf blowers to blow those chemical weapons, that tear gas, back in the direction of the armed thugs of the state that they, with their tax dollars, actually gave the gear to. It's violence only when someone pushes back. It's never violence when the state does it. So, of course, conservatives that rely on pre-existing hierarchies of violence will live in this false notion, live under this false notion that, like, what do you mean? I'm just demanding more police brutality. That's not violence. That's just the state doing its job. I just want it to do more of its job. That's how it works. That's precisely the reason why they don't see themselves being like incredibly violent. Think about it. When conservatives talk about doing violence to entire swaths of the population, they are able to shelter that violence under the advocacy of the state. They can say, they don't have to turn around and say like that they want to kill every trans person. They can say trans people are weird and scary and they're predating on our children, and therefore the state must do something. And when the state does do something, whether it be shutting off trans people from getting medical aid, for example, that's not seen as violence. That's just seen as the state doing something, right? That's it. How's it going, domestic terrorist? John Brown was considered a domestic terrorist, for the record. Terrorism plays a similar role, okay? Terrorism plays a similar role. The notion that, like, people that resist against state violence, unlimited state violence, are all terrorists. John Brown, that was a fucking Christian right there. Straight up.
And only 7% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can, of course, find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told. That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99%, I'm sure, would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about...
No, notice how that's a part of the prosecution as well. That's a part of what they are seeking to address as well. because it's not just about, it's never been about real unlimited free discourse, of course. It's about punishing political opponents, and it's about making sure that not only is there no dissent, but also that you have to celebrate it, okay? I get to be racist, and you can't even call out that as racist because that's violent. That's real violence. It's not my dehumanizing language, my advocacy for state-sanctioned violence to happen to you and others that look like you. That's not violence at all. You calling that out, that's the real violence, actually. How dare you? How dare you be divisive? And it's not even going to end there. You have to also present a positive posture about all of this, lest you be considered a political dissident. It's not enough that you say, this is fucked up. It's not enough that you mourn or grieve. We want you to celebrate his life by force. This is the vice president saying this, okay? This is the government saying this. It's a little bit different than the random blue check marks that you see that are fucking fantasizing about what must be done to political dissidents. This is the government also leaning into that.
What he actually said, many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen.
Do liberals have a huge part in creating this dynamic? Yes. Their inability to address real harms that people were experiencing and then losing to fucking the incompetent fascist Donald Trump twice, refusing to fight back, create procedural hurdles every step of the fucking way, organizing the population in ways that they didn't even do in ways that can't even reach the standard of like 2016 hashtag resistance movements. That all is an abdication of duty. It's crazy.
I'm just saying we need more information before you smear.
I mean, I haven't heard a fucking peep. I have not heard a fucking peep. This is, for all intents and purposes, whether we like to admit it or not, whether we think it's appropriate or not, this is the major story. And it's actually had an impact. Like, this is a major story that is continuing, right? A lot longer than other pivotal moments that have taken place that has dominated people's minds for an extended period of time. I mean, this is reaching the level of Donald Trump getting shot on the campaign trail. And yet, what have you heard from prominent Democrats? What have you heard from prominent liberals on this issue? Nothing. Where are the Democrats? They're nowhere to be found. I said this already. If the media environment is dominated by right-wing sentiment and there is no left flank counter messaging, then people start taking that shit for granted. They start believing it. This happened with the immigrants, the anti-immigrant narratives. Okay? I said this over and over again. I warned over and over again. Americans are not as anti-immigrant as you think they are. Okay? They're not. When presented with two options, conditional amnesty, conditional mass amnesty, and mass deportations, Americans still choose conditional mass amnesty. And yet, there was not a single fucking Democrat that actually presented that alternative. There was not a single Democrat that presented that alternative when they were in power. And there was certainly not a single Democrat that presented that alternative when the election cycle was taking place. And these motherfuckers were running around saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs, openly admitting that they were lying. J.D. Vance himself did that. That good Christian.
It wasn't school indoctrination. Kerry Lake went off on that. He was in an online apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College, which I don't think was changed.
I would just note the family
but
said
they didn't say
changed.
when he changed.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we need more information before you smear.
Kirk at a dinner.
Before
we don't need more information.
Really?
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is...
Yeah, we don't need more information. Don't look into it further.
Why is only this happening on the left and not the right? That's all we need to know.
What about
There's absolutely no cognitive...
What about Melissa Hortman that we just talked about?
You want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
She doesn't matter?
Don't play that bullshit with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died. It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her. The same. Now you could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your, what about this?
Yeah, that guy was, I'm pretty sure, just a schizophrenic dude, but also his party affiliation was not with the Democrats.
The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly, we don't care. We don't care about your both sides argument. That shit is dead.
It's not even a both sides argument. There's one side that is responsible for the bulk. I don't remember what the political affiliations of the Josh Shapiro guy was, but I do know 100% that he thought Josh Shapiro was kidnapping his children. His immediate relatives said that he was experiencing a schizophrenic attack. Idea that this is like an act of pro-Palestinian domestic terror is insane. Anyway, getting back to the administration tackling left organizing and liberal groups. In their comments, Mr. Vance, J.D. Vance, and Mr. Miller, Stephen Miller, spoke in vague and menacing terms about the far-left groups that they said facilitated violence. Mr. Miller said that a formal effort would be coming with federal agencies rooting out what he referred to as domestic terror movement, and that they would be doing it in Mr. Kirk's name. With God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, eliminate, and destroy this network and make America safe again for the American people. They praised Mr. Kirk's commitment to free speech while threatening to exact a price against the far left that they accused of fomenting political violence in America. An administration official said officials would be investigating people behind the recent burning of Teslas and assaults against immigration agents, and would be looking to draw links between those episodes and organized liberal groups. In the wake of Mr. Kirk's killing, Mr. Trump immediately blamed the radical left for much of the political violence in the country and appeared to excuse violence on the right by saying that it was driven by people who don't want to see crime. When the right does violence, it's actually for good reason. They just don't want to see crime. You know, like black people, like undocumented migrants, brown people. Okay? What is your backup platform if you get silenced on Twitch? Guys, this question is really funny because I don't think the problem in front of us is that I will continue to be able to do commentary on Twitch or another platform. I think the problem is the administration might actually stamp out any sort of leftist commentary in general and try to criminally prosecute them. Okay? That's what these guys are agitating for. I mean, it's all over my fucking timeline. I'm sure you've seen this as well. I mean, here is, once again, American neo-Nazi Nicholas J. Fuentes of Hispanic background, regardless of his white supremacist, Christian nationalist positioning. Hassan Piker should be banned on Twitch and then deported back to Turkey. And before people say, on our side cry about hypocrisy, remember that you can't say the word simp or the R word on the platform, as though this is the same thing as the government deporting someone who is an American citizen. Okay? I'm a motherfucking American citizen. And you totally can say simp. You can say the R word too. I choose not to, but you know, Twitch is not prosecuting anybody for that. But think about the idiocy of this statement. There is a word you can't say on Twitch, which is Zionist, ironically enough. Shouts out to the ADL for that one. They actually do stamp out any sort of person from saying, you know, Zionist this or Zionist that. But you can openly incite murder against conservatives. No, you can't. You cannot do that. Enough is enough, he says. But that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing that I've seen. There's like, what was it like? I saw an account that was like crypto leftists be like, deport Hassan, arrest Hassan. Okay? And Elon Musk is going crazy over it. You forgot the C word, the most dangerous of all? Yes. TikTok terms and conditions have changed, and a load of prominent left-wing political commentators are having their accounts permabanned. Not. They will stamp out discontent everywhere. Okay? That's it. Beginning of the end, it seems? Yes. Anyway, like, look at this. He's like crying like a fucking SJW. Look, it would be deeply ironic if Charlie Kirk's death was used to wipe out his life's work on free speech. I think anyone suggesting we take away people's right to speak, which, by the way, I don't think he had a lives work of free speech anyway, but that's not enough. It's too late for that now. Why don't you start by disavowing your piece of shit nephew and his repeated calls for violence and glorification of terrorism? Let's start there. The guy who's saying that also said this.
Hitler and that guy, Hitler, I want this guy dead. If I was in a room with Hitler and that guy, me and Hitler would team up and fuck that guy up. We would kill that guy. Hitler would hold them down, and I would beat him to death.
Yeah. Bro, what the fuck? Seriously, be careful. The president also promised investigations into who was funding and organizing the left, suggesting the violence was somehow coordinated. John Cohen, an intelligence official who worked in the Biden, Obama, and Bush administrations, said the United States was immersed in an epidemic of targeted attacks and mass shootings, but also noted the administration's claims before the investigation into Mr. Kirk's assassination had been completed. The results of the investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder have not been released, and it's unclear whether law enforcement has a full and complete picture of what motivated this individual. It is not the job of law enforcement or the government agencies the police thought, he added. It's the job of law enforcement to prevent acts of violence and criminal activity. Were you supposed to debate Charlie Kirk? Yes. What do we do when you get banned? It's just keep pushing. Keep organizing. Just keep it pushing. You're just going to live your normal lives, okay? Will we be talking about Kirk 60 days from now? No. But it doesn't matter because it's not about Charlie Kirk, okay? It's not. It's not about Charlie Kirk. This is the administration's agenda. What they are doing in this moment is using Charlie Kirk's assassination to create an environment to try to get people on board with a mass suppression campaign of political dissidents. Okay? The Rumble live chat while Miller was speaking. Stephen Miller blames a vast domestic terror movement and says the White House will use the DOJ and DHS resources to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name. Here it is.
Be quick, Stephen.
The organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots, the organized...
By the way, make no mistake, these guys are anti-Semitic, but they fucking hate the left a lot more. You want to know why I know that? Because when Ethan Klein, who is pro-Israel, spent the last fucking year trying to deplatform every prominent left-wing critic of Israel, they chose to work alongside Ethan Klein. They openly would, I mean, they didn't even hide it. They were like, I can't believe I'm choosing the Jew over the socialist in this situation. I can't believe I'm choosing the Jew in this situation. Because they don't have any sort of like real firmly rooted worldview whatsoever. Not that it would be good if their fucking worldview was firmly rooted in anti-Semitism anyway. But just make no mistake, this is all ultimately a nihilistic way to try and dominate people who they feel embarrass them, make them look weak.
Violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification, posting people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence. It is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my witness, we are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen.
Groups that prefer politicians like AOC, Bernie, and Zoran over Schumer, Jeffries, and Pelosi. Latinos plus 30, Democrats plus 20, under 45 plus 18, women plus 16, no college plus 8, all voters plus 3. But you know what we should do? We shouldn't have left populist candidates. I think what we should do is find reasonable, centrist, third-way, neoliberal Democrats who will, of course, always be unconditionally pro-Israel. That's the important thing here. Also, we're going to get to the FBI situation after the Charlie Kirk vigil and his remembrance that took place that Trump, of course, didn't attend because he was too busy golfing.
Not by resorting to violence.
More details are emerging about Kirk's suspected killer, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Video obtained by TMZ appears to show him the morning of the shooting, walking to Utah Valley University, dressed in lighter clothes than those police say the shooter wore that day. Utah's governor says Robinson is refusing to cooperate with investigators.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating, but all the people around him are cooperating.
Sources say Robinson surrendered after his father recognized him in these surveillance images and urged him to come forward. Utah's governor says Robinson's family told investigators that he was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Authorities say when they recovered the shooter's shell casings, they contained messages. One read, "Hey fascists, catch." Another referenced an Italian anti-fascist folk song. And another unfired casing contained the message, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." Investigators also confirming they've now interviewed Robinson's roommate, with whom they say he was romantically involved.
His roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Officials say Robinson had no military experience, but was proficient with a firearm. Multiple social media posts by his family show him posing with guns.
About 175 yards from the podium to the shooting location.
175 yards. And would you have to be a pretty proficient marksman to be able to make it, given those conditions?
Given the environment, that type of shot is not easy.
President Trump continues to blame only the left for political violence, not referencing the Democrats targeted in recent months. Trump last night saying his administration is now investigating left-leaning groups.
The problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left.
But other Republicans are striking a different tone.
You need to take the word radical and remove right or left. And radical coming from any direction is not good.
And Kirk's funeral is set for next Sunday at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium outside Phoenix, which can hold more than 70,000 people. President Trump says he will attend and award Kirk the Medal of Freedom.
He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating. We can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female, and that he is cooperating with authorities.
A Fox News alert. Charlie Kirk's murder suspect refusing to cooperate as the FBI discovers new details about his dark digital footprint before he makes his first court appearance tomorrow.
All right, FBI Director Kash Patel joins us now. I can't imagine, Mr. Director, how busy you've been, especially Charlie Kirk isn't just a impactful person, he's your friend. So I understand that. But having said that, people are looking to you to find out is how big this investigation is going to be. Can you tell us the latest?
Absolutely. It's so good to be with you. And you're right. My personal feelings and relationship with Charlie, I have a job to do for the American people, and I'm committed to do it for President Trump. We flexed all resources the FBI had and surged multiple air assets as soon as this shooting occurred. We were cycling in agents, evidence response technicians, hostage rescue technicians, and special operators in and out of Utah, cycling evidence back and forth on these FBI planes as soon as we could so that there was no delay. And what we did,
Worst guy for the job. Worst guy for the job. I mean, seriously. Worst guy for any job, really. The fact that, like, the administration won't even fire him kind of shows that they don't give a fuck, right? Like, the fact that they have not fired him at this stage, even after he just kept saying wrong shit over and over again in this incredibly high-profile investigation, made the FBI look like a clown show, means that, one, obviously, something that we knew already, loyalty above all else. That's the only thing that Trump cares about. And two, they must not care that much about Charlie Kirk, the person, right? Because what he's saying here, what he's about to say here, I don't know if I missed it or not, the information revealed here is so insane that it makes me also reconsider whether or not this was like an op or something.
Once I got there, along with the deputy on the ground around 5 p.m. local on September 11th, was walk the entire crime scene, including the foots the suspect himself took. And what we learned was there was evidence, DNA evidence that could be collected and had been collected, including a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop. Also, we went over to the scene in the wooded area where the firearm was discarded. And the firearm had a towel wrapped around it. It's important. I'll get back to that later. I even walked into the wooded area in the ravine, so I knew from my investigative experience what I could bring to the table and what decisions I needed to make. And having the support of President Trump and the full support of the White House was what we needed for these resources to happen. And I can report today that the DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
So, Mr. Director, that is vital. That is breaking news and vital information, because now you have the casings for the gun. So you connect the gun. Now you got his DNA on it. That's huge. But I also want to get to another part.
I just got to interrupt. Sorry, I just got to interrupt. We have the DNA on the screwdriver that was found on the rooftop and the towel that the firearm was wrapped in. The firearm itself, this is a great point. Thanks for raising it.
Yeah, no problem.
That is being processed by ATF laboratories in Maryland, and I believe they'll speak to that at a later date when their process is incomplete. But I just want to let you know the FBI handled the screwdriver and the towel found on
That
scene.
is important clarification, Mr. Director. I want to get to the 20 members in that group chat. Have they been brought in for questioning? And the group chat that from our reporting that we're hearing is from after the assassination. Do you have the messages from before the assassination?
Well, let me take a step back and tell you what we were doing while we were there and how we were led to the suspect so that this all fits into the puzzle. We, as soon as we learned of the shooting, we were able to, I think Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23 local time on September 10th. By 12:39 p.m. local time, FBI assets were on scene securing the scene. We then launched at 10 a.m. the next day the first images of the suspect. Myself and the deputy arrived at 5 p.m. local time on September.
I can't believe Kash Patel, one of the top cops in the FBI, is trying to fucking involve himself in this investigation because he has podcaster brain, not realizing that this level of involvement and actively trying to federalize this crime, by the way, is inevitably going to taint the prosecution. You can't fucking be like, hey, I'm the guy investigating this, and the guy who got killed is my friend, and I'm really upset right now. And also, we fucked up a bunch of the evidence. The fuck? It's so, I mean, look, this is, of course, if the criminal justice system still works, right? That's a big if. But under normal circumstances, you can't just, under normal circumstances, you can't do that. You can't just be like, hey, I love this guy. I'm super biased about the victim. I'm super biased. I'm super distraught. And also, there's a litany of different complications here with the way that we handled the evidence. And honestly, it is what it is. That's just, okay, so I guess you just strike all of the evidence that the FBI has compiled then. All the evidence that you touched is over, right? I feel like that's how it would work under normal circumstances, but I don't know.
11th. And then what we did was decided to have a press conference at 8 p.m. local where we issued for the first time FBI obtained video footage that we seized from the security camera surveillance system and new images, enhanced images. I decided to release immediately to the public because we were working with the public and the media to find this killer. Shortly after that 8 p.m. release, at 10 p.m. local time, the suspect was in custody.
You're right, and Fox is aware of it. Fox News reports that the White House have no confidence in Kash Patel. The question is whether, in Trump's mind, Patel's obedience will ultimately outweigh his total lack of qualifications for the job. Dude, he's going to fuck it up. He is fucking it up. What he's doing on this televised interview is already fucking it up. Even if you're personally biased, you're not supposed to fucking say that. You're not supposed to publicly admit to that. And I think part of the reason why they want to make this a federal trial is so that they have more control over it. You know what I mean? It feels like they have they want to they have more control over a federal trial than they do over a local one, right? A state trial, which it is. As it stands currently, this is a state trial, okay? This is a crime that took place inside of Utah State. There is not really any I don't think there's anything that they can do to turn this into a federal criminal trial. But I don't know. I'm not, I'm sure there's people who understand the law a lot better than me, but there is no federal case here. What's the jurisdiction, right? Because the dude is homegrown. He's from Utah. He didn't even travel with a weapon he did not travel with a weapon from another state or anything like that. I don't know how they could make a case here. Maybe terrorism. Stop talking about things you don't know then. What? I mean, there are certain things I do know, and there's certain things I'm speculating on. Would you rather me not tell you that I'm speculating on certain things? Yeah. It's not like I haven't seen anything that would make this like a federal crime so far, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, this is the yeah. The federal government cannot charge Charlie Kirk's murderer due to a legal loophole, according to Daily Mail, unless the murder took place on federal property, involved a federal official, or is classified as a hate crime based on race, religion, or other protected category, none of which apply to Kirk's killing. The case is handled by local prosecutors. The major loophole, more commonly known as this is not a federal crime. That's not a loophole, man. What the fuck?
Why? Because the father informed us, pursuant to an interview of him, that he looked at the video that we released that evening and the enhanced photos and identified the suspect. That's how fast the FBI was working to put out information in real time. And for comparative sake, the Boston bombing, the FBI didn't release images for 3 days. We know we didn't have 3 days. I made an executive decision on an investigative and operational need, and it turned out to be the right move because the men and women of the FBI said that's what we should be doing.
Yeah, we knew when that video was released.
Yeah, this is him trying to desperately be like, see, I made a good decision here. Aren't I responsible for the way that we have conducted ourselves?
We said it here on Fox and Friends. Someone's going to recognize this person because someone was friends with him, his family. Someone knows this guy. Those images were crystal clear.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us what you know about his background, his childhood, his father who had to turn him in.
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore the last question. Going back to the group chats real quick, there's more than 20 individuals. But this is a great point. I want to lay out how this works. People think we can just get in these group chats and immediately find out who's in them. We, the FBI, are the investigatory body supporting multiple prosecutions and ongoing investigations. And that's another point. Our investigation at the FBI is ongoing. And there are scores of people in this Discord chat room. But we have to effectuate legal process. We have to go out there with search warrants so that if prosecutors want to later use this evidence, it's not tainted by being illegally obtained. We, the FBI, are running the investigation pointedly on the Discord chat group. There are scores of individuals that are going to be spoken to. There are also lots of family members and friends that have already been spoken to. And one more point on forensics. We were able to obtain in record time the text message chain between the suspect and his live-in partner, as well as other critical cellular information from our CAS team that analyzes cell phone data towers in the area to pinpoint the locations of the suspect and other individuals he was speaking with. This is critical information that the FBI processed and got to prosecutors so they can lawfully use it in a court of law. And our investigation, our interviews continue, but we've learned some shocking things when we spoke to his family and friends as well.
You want to share them, those shocking things?
Sure. And my job as FBI director is not to speak to motive, is to speak to the facts. And that's what I'm going to do. His family.
Yeah. So you know he's not going to do that. He is going to speak to the motive.
has collectively told investigators that he subscribed to left-wing ideology, and even more so in these last couple of years. And he had a text message exchange, he the suspect, with another individual, in which he claimed that he had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and he was going to do it because of his hatred for what Charlie stood for. Those are factually accurate investigatory findings by the FBI that we've handed over to the local authorities and the federal authorities to make their prosecutorial decisions. But I believe in this instance of such public importance, the public has a right to know. And I've told you I'm committed to transparency, and that's what I'm doing here today.
Why didn't that person that he was talking to, why didn't that person say something?
This guy in the chat said leftist. Yeah, there's no way this was done by a leftist. We all celebrated it. Meanwhile, like, the people, first of all, I've not made this assertion, okay? I've not made that statement. I don't know what the ideological background of the shooter was. I feel like there is not enough evidence yet to establish that. At least evidence that they've revealed to establish that. There's also certainly not enough evidence to figure out exactly what the motive was, right? Having said that, the entirety of the right have claimed that I am responsible for this, all the way from Elon Musk down to every fucking neo-Nazi out there. The irony, of course, is that not only have I not said anything violent about Charlie Kirk, but I was also slated to be next to him at a public event. There is, however, one group of people to his right flank, neo-Nazis that self-describe as groypers, who have actively pursued Charlie Kirk, stalked him, both on the internet and also physically in the real world. So I don't know if this guy is a groyper or not, okay? And as a matter of fact, I've said I'm not so certain. I don't think he is. These guys still are going to yell at me regardless, okay? I'm one of the few fucking prominent media figures that instantly said there is not enough evidence to suggest that this person is a groyper, okay? The irony, of course, is these people don't listen to my words or care at all. This guy's fucking PFP. Look at this shit. I think there is a person out there who believes that the shooter might have been a groyper, and that person is Nick Fuentes, ironically enough. Now, of course, if we took active initiatives to go after political radicalization in this country for acts of violence, then there would be no neo-Nazi formations in this country, considering how much they are responsible for violence all the fucking time, including the school shooting that took place in Colorado that seemingly no one gives a shit about, where a white supremacist neo-Nazi shooter, just like the church shooting that took place at the Catholic Church in Minneapolis a couple weeks prior, was radicalized by esoteric, nihilistic, neo-Nazi groups on Telegram. But you know, that obviously doesn't make people feel good, make right-wingers feel good. So we just don't really pay attention to that stuff.
Our investigation is ongoing. That's a great question, and we don't have an answer on that just yet.
But Mr. Director, you're right. Your job is not to speak to ideology, but you do have the BAU, the Behavior Analysis Unit, that are there. And my sources, people that are within the Bureau and outside that used to be FBI, tell me that the BAU has been encouraged not to tackle the transgender issue from an ideology standpoint. Have you heard that? Are you tackling that? I know you only been there recently, but you can't have a political slant saying we're not going to attack different political ideologies because it's going to offend someone.
You're absolutely right, and that's why me and the deputy have been quarterbacking this investigation ourselves. There is no one at the FBI that's going to politicize this investigation. There's no one at Quantico or anywhere else that is going to say we are not looking at X or Y. We are looking at the facts, and that is why we are releasing the facts in record fashion. If you go back and look at historical cases like Luigi Mangione and the Boston bombing, how long did it take the Bureau to release information to the public? We're not doing that. Those two manhunts took 5 days, and they happened in downtown major metropolises. We apprehended our suspect in 33 hours because we were transparent and open with the American public, and we're going to continue to do that. So anyone that thinks that the FBI is not on top of its game and that me and the deputy and everybody in leadership in our Salt Lake City field office in Quantico is doing anything politically, I'm not having it. And if you've heard anything else about it, they are lying to you. We're on it.
Yeah. When he says we're not doing anything politically, he means like, don't worry, we are operating as political operatives in the direction that you want us to, which is why we keep drip feeding narratives about how much trans extremism played a role in this without sufficient evidence, for the record.
That's why it's so important that you came on, and we're thrilled you are. A couple other things. I have 2 quick questions. One, is it true what the governor said yesterday, that he had a written note that you're looking into now prior to the assassination? Did he have a note? And the other one question is, the person that was texting with him about, I have a shot at taking out Charlie Kirk, can that person be charged?
So I'll take those in reverse. The charging decisions are up to our great partners at the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, who have been wonderful providing resources during this entire process, and we'll let them speak to any charging decisions. But we, the FBI, are investigating. As I said, our investigation is ongoing. We're interviewing dozens and dozens of suspects, subjects, witnesses, and the like, and continuing to examine forensic information, including cell phone data and DNA analyses. And once we make those findings handed over to our partners, as we're doing in real time, they'll make those decisions. And I'm sorry, Brian, I forgot your other question.
You had a written note. Did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say? If you could.
So what I'm able to say. I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier. Is that the written note we believe what did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is
whoa. There was a written note that existed? As in there was a written note, but it just mysteriously vanished? I'm sorry. What the fuck?
And I'm going to summarize, basically saying the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home. But we have since learned that the note, even though it has been destroyed, we have found forensic evidence of.
What happened? How did the note exist and then it did not exist? Also, the governor yesterday said the FBI has the note and he can't talk about its contents. What? The note has been destroyed?
The note, and we have confirmed what that note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI.
So, Mr. Director, I'm curious, and there has been some criticism, so I appreciate.
That's cool. That's weird. That's a weird thing. That's cool. Okay. The suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. Even when they say this, by the way, there's no, even in this fucking supposed manifesto / note, there is no motive. What the fuck is going on? Patel said the note had been destroyed, but we have found forensic evidence of the note, and we have confirmed what the note says because of our aggressive interview posture at the FBI. That's pretty crazy. That's a crazy thing. The dog ate the manifesto. We went in, and we knew that there was potentially a manifesto, but it seems to be mysteriously vanished now. How strange. What could it be?
Appreciate you coming on our program and discussing it with our audience. Can you tell us what was happening on the ground? Apparently, according to sources, you weren't getting some information, you requested photos, and you were being stonewalled. Now, I think it's important to note, there's always some sort of tension between local cops on the ground and the feds. They want to handle their own investigation, but of course, with an investigation of this magnitude, you have to step in, you have the resources. But can you explain, was it the local field office, was it the state police? What was going on?
So the local authorities have been fantastic.
Okay.
The local sheriff, the state PD have been wonderful. And any investigation, as you hinted to, of this magnitude has so many people in it because I'd made the decision to surge so many resources. And to get the information up to me was of the utmost priority. So I worked with my team to say, hey, there's not going to be any delays. We're not going to do it the way we normally do things. So the only thing that people were doing at the FBI was how they knew how to do things. I had to expedite that process. That's my job. That's what I thought this case deserved. And that's what this case was rightly calling for. So I made the tough calls. But I wasn't critical of anyone in particular. I just said, we got to move faster. And that was my call to make. And if there's any criticism there, you can put it right here.
Who wasn't giving you information, Director? Who wasn't giving you the photos when you requested them speak quickly and it didn't make it to you? Who denied that order?
It's not a denial of the order. Just to clarify, I'm glad we're talking about this. The photos were produced. They just weren't produced in a timely fashion that I felt was appropriate for an investigation of this magnitude. So I came in and I accelerated that process.
So in the 24 hours after, when we were still looking for the guy, I know you posted that we got him. And that ended up not being true. You took some incoming because of that. What led to you posting that? Why did you feel so certain about it? And what do you have to say about the criticism?
No, I appreciate this opportunity. Look, as I stated, I was being transparent with working with the public on our findings as I had them. I stated in that message that we had a subject and that we were going to interview him, and we did, and he was released. The job of the FBI is not just to manhunt the actual suspect who did the killing or suspects, but it's also to eliminate targets and eliminate subjects who are not involved in the process, and that's what we were doing. Could I have worded it a little better in the heat of the moment? Sure. But do I regret putting it out? Absolutely not. I was telling the world what the FBI was doing as we were doing, and I'm continuing to do that, and I challenge anyone out there to find a director that has been more transparent and more willing to work the media on high-profile cases, or any case the FBI is handling, than we have been.
And just follow, do you think that guy was part of the plot to distract you while this guy got away? Do you think there's any connection between two of those people that stood up and acted crazy at that moment?
Well, as it's now been publicly reported, some of these people were taking claims for this horrific act of violence, and they had nothing to do with it. Others were working what we call a daisy chain analyses, and this is where the cell phone data dumps are so important. We're seeing who talked to who, not just in chat groups. We're seeing who texted who was around who. We're using our geofencing capabilities to map out exactly where individuals were, and then we're also getting into their personal cell phone information to say, were you calling so-and-so? Were you texting so-and-so? And we know the suspect was communicating with folks, but as I've said, that cell phone tower information, you got to get it the right way, with search warrants, with lawful authority, so that our prosecutors can use it in court for whatever investigations they decide to prosecute.
Cash, he's not saying a word. He's not admitting it. Is he remorseful? And what happens to him? Does he get the death penalty?
Well, I'll let the state authorities speak to their prosecution, which is ongoing. As I think your summary is correct, based on my information that I have, he has not been cooperating in terms of interrogations with our law enforcement officials.
And Mr. Director, we always appreciate it because every time there's silence, that's when the conspiracy theories pop up. Yeah. So we appreciate you coming out with us today and just telling people what you know. Appreciate
Thanks, Mr. Director.
Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And
Charlie.
Pastor Howard John Wesley speaks on Charlie Kirk. Must see. So what the fuck's going on with this note, man? That's weird. My guess, the manifesto was a Word document or a digital text document or a message that was deleted, but they recovered it from the storage drive or subpoena the messaging service provider like Discord for its records. Deleting local files doesn't always clear the associated drive space. Just marks it for deletion until the space is needed at a later point. It's possible to reconstruct deleted data in this way with forensics. No, I understand, but I find it strange that like the note itself also did not have any fucking, it was just like a one note. It was a one statement note. It was like, I'm going to do it. Plus they said it was written. I don't know. I feel like they would say it's typed if they're talking about a note such as this. Yeah, if it sounds like they found the etching of a note and they got a second person to confirm it. There's definitely a lot of weird things about this investigation. If you have a partially used notepad, you can reconstruct what was written on notes from the impressions on the bottom notes. They do it on the Big Lebowski. I just find it strange. Justin, Patriot Front marching through Huntington Beach, California, California chanting, "Fight back, say his name, Charlie Kirk."
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our land! Fuck you all! Our home! Fuck you all! Defend our home! Take back our land! Say his name! Charlie Kirk! Say his name! Charlie Kirk! Say his name! Charlie Kirk! Charlie Kirk!
As the white population, every time you go somewhere as a family unit, with your wife and your children, you're surrounded by people that look nothing like you and have disdain for you.
Just a bunch of moderates. Just a bunch of regular ass moderates, man. Why are people freaking out?
Kirk did not deserve to be assassinated, but I'm overwhelmed seeing the flags of the United States of America at half staff calling this nation to honor and venerate a man who was an unapologetic racist and spent all of his life sowing seeds of division and hate into this land, and hearing people with selective rage who were mad about Charlie Kirk but didn't give a damn about Melissa Hortman and her husband when they were shot down in their home tell me I ought to have compassion for the death of a man who had no respect for my own life. I am sorry, but there's nowhere in Bible where we are taught to honor evil. And how you die does not redeem how you lived. You do not become a hero in your death when you are a weapon of the enemy in your life. I can abhor the violence that took your life, but I don't have to celebrate how you chose to live. I am overwhelmed.
There is no unity.
That was must watch. That was a must watch. The title was not wrong. All right. Do not trust that guy. I mean, I don't know anything about him, but Trump administration has reportedly ordered the removal of signs and exhibits related to slavery at multiple national parks, including the historic photograph, The Scourged Back. Yeah, they're moving along. Business as usual.
With people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree.
I'm surprised that y'all didn't get rid of him sooner.
He's dead, y'all. Thank God. One down, couple more to go.
It's gonna be the biggest celebration. It is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. Charlie Kirk incited violence.
If the trash can is stinking up the house, you gotta take out the garbage.
When I say you can't reason with these people, and I am advocating for lawful, swift, instant, defensive violence where grace has been afforded before, because you can't reason with these people. They hate you, everything that you are. I'm talking about people, well, not just like this, but partially like this. I want to ask you a question. I have a couple of words to say here. You've had the weekend. Are you less angry or more angry? Do you?
Schumer makes sick claim about political violence.
You know.
Asmongold falsely claims 90% of political violence is left-wing despite overwhelming evidence of far-right violence. Okay. Where's the Candace Owens video? We're looking at irrelevant sources. Steven Crowder is not a relevant guy. Yes, I'm going to be talking about the Venezuela stuff too. Yeah, Candace Owens is the relevant party here. She just did a whole video about what she thinks was responsible. And I think she's hitting the fucking Israel notes. This was from Clandis. I can't process this. Yeah, according to Charlie Kirk, it's because you don't have brain processing power. Okay. So obviously there are a lot of people who are saying that like Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel. And listen, I'm the number one hater. Okay. I'm the number one hater. Now, if there was any sort of like foreign entanglement here in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is, again, maybe. What I was going to say is if there was any sort of foreign entanglement, it was definitely not done because it was definitely not what took place because Charlie Kirk was right at the precipice of becoming anti-Israel. And I'm seeing a lot of people on the gray zone side, on the left side, like also assuming this position. Charlie Kirk, how do you know? Because Charlie Kirk, first and foremost, was an operative for Trump. And as long as Trump is not going to change his values on Israel, neither was Charlie Kirk. His own personal opinion on this does not matter even a little bit, okay? Because he was not. His output was not even remotely anti-Israel. It was incredibly pro-Israel. The reason why I keep hammering this point is because a big part of the fucking reason why I wanted to debate him was on this issue. I looked at all of his goddamn background. Like, I looked at his background and I looked at his assessments on Israel. And with the exception of like every now and then saying, oh, well, we're going a little too hard with the free speech stuff, huh? Come on. There was no indication that he was making a pivot at all on his output. Watch the first 15
All
minutes.
right, you guys, we're going to jump right into this with no introduction.
Holy fuck. This is why I said fuck Steven Crowder. Give me Candace Owens. 1.1 million views in 2 hours, okay? 1.1 million views. Dude, we are operating with the old mindset. The notion that Ben Shapiro's word is worth a damn. The notion that Steven Crowder's word is worth a damn. They do not matter. Candace Owens is the new... Candace Owens has been the new wave of right-wing commentary. Of all of those like institutional Republicans, the only one that actually had a little bit of motion was Charlie Kirk.
There's a lot that I would like to speak with you guys about. Can't wait to hear your feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out.
Dumbass Shadows are then saying you would have debate Kirk as an Israel supporter. What? Yeah, I think people are memeing when they say that.
There are narratives that I would say are half-truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, to let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world. And as we are all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much, are speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. I will say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, sadness.
I mean, dude, judging by the conservative media reaction to Charlie Kirk, I will say when Candace Owens says a friend was assassinated, she means it. Out of every single person that I've seen react to Charlie Kirk's assassination, Candace Owens is the only person who actually showed their experiences together.
As we were grieving with her was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation, but the entire world. Her words were very powerful. And we just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should pursue in their entirety. But here she is.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country and this world. You have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Charlie had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout.
One wife? The fuck? Did she mean one life, but accidentally said one wife? That's not like, she said one life? Okay. Well, I wasn't alone in hearing what I heard, because look at the fucking, look at the CC, or the closed caption.
So many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives, and of course have been deeply moved by this tragedy. And what she is describing there, that fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend, I will say this, my entire life.
Yeah, I said this already. What do you think is more likely, that Charlie Kirk was having a crisis of conscience about Israel and these little breadcrumbs he was leaving behind led them to kill him, or that he knew which direction his base was going and this was practiced to deflect it? That's it. Like, people are talking about how the night before his assassination, Charlie Kirk met with Israeli National Rabbi Pesach Walicki to discuss how to defend Israel effectively on campus, according to Walicki. During their conversation, Kirk was arguing for the anti-Israel side. Even if only rhetorically, he was working out talking points, playing the role of devil's advocate, pushing us on these issues, trying to sharpen the iron, Walicki said. He was in a combative mood, which is good. He was preparing for debates and attacks. I wonder who he was going to debate on the issue of Israel. If only there was a guy who was going to be debating on the issue of Israel coming up. There was a guy, and he knows that was his biggest fucking weakness, because Charlie Kirk is a room reader, okay? He's obviously the administration's propaganda minister, but he's also a fucking room reader. He's constantly in these crowds. He constantly faces people in public. constantly faced people in public until his very last breath, as a matter of fact. And let's be real, a lot of the people that he faced were antagonistic towards Israel. Even conservatives that he actually talked to were antagonistic towards Israel. Wait, first of all, it's not because he was going to flip on Israel because he supported Israel and they knew this would detonate the U.S. and crush the left movement, which is largely pro-Palestine. Oh my God, dude, Charlie Kirk flipping on Israel would be, first of all, incredibly unlikely because he is, again, first and foremost, a shrewd operator for the admin, okay? It's as stupid as assuming Trump is going to fucking flip on Israel. You guys are delulu if you think that that was going to happen. I hate that I find myself at odds with so many people. No, I'm saying he wasn't going to flip on Israel at all. Oh, okay, well, I don't know what you mean by the crushing. Anyone who thinks that Charlie Kirk was about to fucking flip on Israel is so crazy. For God's sakes, please tell him to read the Gray Zone article. Oh my God. You're wrong, Hassan. He was definitely going to flip on Israel. There's evidence that supports this, fam. Just pray for everyone, gang. He did call Epstein Mossad. That doesn't mean anything. That does not mean anything. The day prior to his assassination, he literally had Ben Shapiro on. And in that conversation, they literally glazed Israel. They defended Israel. They called out Israel's enemies. They said they need to be prosecuted. You are being too woke about this. Oh my God. I am not being too woke about it. I'm not even saying it's 100% that Israel didn't assassinate him. I'm just simply saying that for one reason or another, even if it was Israel that assassinated, which I don't think it is, I don't think it's likely, rather, even though I'm not saying it's unlikely that Israel will conduct a high-profile assassination, even on U.S. soil. What I'm saying is not likely, given the evidence that was presented, is Charlie Kirk's interest in flipping on Israel. Charlie Kirk could have very well had conversations with prominent conservatives in the background saying, I see the anger, I see the fucking frustration that a lot of young conservatives have towards Israel, and I'm beginning to recognize where it's coming from, and I'm actually afraid of saying something, but it doesn't matter. He was not going to change his perspective on Israel as long as the American government was not going to change its perspective on fucking Israel. Okay? Donald Trump, as long as Donald Trump stays committed to Israel, Charlie Kirk, who is committed to Donald Trump, was going to stay committed to Israel. That's it. And people who don't understand that reality genuinely think Charlie Kirk was a different thing than what he actually is. Okay? Any kind of sidestepping away from the administration here and there is to maintain a semblance of credibility and become a more effective propaganda outlet for the administration. It is a balancing act. The reason why I say this is because, like, with the Epstein stuff, he knew that this was something that he pumped his audience with, okay, constantly, like the Epstein stuff, over and over and over again. And the moment that Trump turned on it, he turned around and said, listen, guys, you know, Epstein's a pedophile. He was with a bunch of prominent people. He might have even been Mossad, but I'm done talking about the Epstein shit because Donald Trump made a fucking boss call, okay? If a guy who straight up talked about the Epstein shit for fucking years can quickly flip when Trump tells him, shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein, and he turns around and shuts the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein, what makes you think he was going to turn on Israel without Donald Trump turning on Israel when he has only said Israel is good, Israel is great, his entire fucking career? The big part of the reason why he fucking avoided Nick Fuentes is because Nick Fuentes, from his audience's perspective, is seen as a more honest, more real conservative, especially because of Israel. But also on top of that, he's just more racist, okay? He was worried about getting outflanked by Nick Fuentes ideologically and have his impressionable audience turn around and go, oh my God, maybe this guy's fucking awesome. Maybe this Nick Fuentes guy is the real deal. Seems like Charlie Kirk is not the real deal. That's it. Sometimes I wish you lied/played stupid like the right does. I'd just go with the Israel narrative to get his fan base to hate Israel, putting immense pressure on them. No, dude. I'm not going to do that. Okay? I'm sorry. Like, even if a certain kind of truth is hard to swallow, okay? Like, for example, whether or not this person is like, the person who shot Charlie Kirk is like a leftist or a liberal. We don't know yet, but I'm not going to immediately rush to be like, he's a groyper, he's a groyper, he's a groyper. The reason why I'm not going to do that is because that's not what I do. Honesty is the #1 policy. Okay, I might make mistakes in my assessment. I might make mistakes in my predictions. I might come across as wrong. I might come across as hard-headed. Russia will never invade Ukraine is a great example of this, okay? But ultimately, I am always going to show you my work. I'm always going to reveal to you exactly how I arrived at the conclusions I arrived at. No matter what, you can disagree with me, and that's fine. I'd go so far as to say it's healthy, okay? But you know where I'm coming from, and I'm never going to shelter you from my honest perspective, okay? Always. I think that is an infinitely more honest way to approach the subject, to approach any sort of political commentary, as a matter of fact, because I'm a firm believer that, wait, what? Hassan, you were wrong with this flawed argument. Charlie has always supported Israel, so therefore his death had nothing to do with Israel when we have people like Tucker Carlson super close to Trump that did eventually turn against Israel. So what's your rebuttal to this? I don't know. Do you think Tucker Carlson had something happen to him that caused him to get ousted by Fox News, and therefore, in an effort to rebuild his fucking career that was in tatters, caused him to pay close attention to the media landscape and the overall sentiment shifting dramatically against the state of Israel? So in an effort to develop his independent audience, completely devoid of being a close and personal associate / propaganda minister for Donald Trump, caused him to be very loudly and proudly anti-Israel far before anybody else, really. You think that has a reason? Also, Tucker Carlson hasn't been assassinated by the state of Israel, so what the fuck's up with that? He's actually anti-Israel. Can't you say the same for you, though? What? For me on what? What, you think I'm going to flip on Israel and do what? Be pro-Israel all of a sudden? Is that what you think? What you just said? I'm confused what you're talking about. Do you not remember what you just said? No, I do. I just don't understand what your fucking statement is. He's talking about you being taken out for being anti-Israel? Oh, just like Tucker Carlson? Well, I'm not a fucking prominent Republican figure, am I? And also, I think we know what Israel and people invested in defending Israel have been doing over the course of the past year. They haven't spent a lot of time on Tucker Carlson. They haven't spent a lot of time on Candace Owens. They haven't spent a lot of time on even Nick fucking Fuentes. Even outlets that actually previously covered Nick Fuentes extensively have covered very little on Nick Fuentes. There is one person that they've actually put the fucking crosshairs on. How many fucking Jewish Insider articles do you need to read about Hassan Piker loves terrorism? How many fucking Fox News articles do you need to read for you to arrive at the conclusion that there are ways in which Israel, through bot farms, through fucking smear campaigns, will try to take out prominent critics of Israel without actually fucking assassinating them, no matter how big or small or how prominent they might be? The reality of the matter is, I don't have a fucking massive audience of right-wingers, but I also don't think that Israel's like out here yet assassinating people. At most, they're just trying to engage in character assassination of people. Anyway, I shit you not, hogs are now posting Free Palestine because they think Israel shot him. I mean, look, okay, I'll take it. Like, what do you want me to say? Anyway, let's continue.
I've not been much of a crier. It is not my choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears, and some people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry. I wept. I wept for Charlie, obviously. I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday. And for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. Yeah, that's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again before the world. The question is why?
Do you have any evidence for saying that Israel has massive bot farms? I don't think throwing around baseless claims helps anyone. Yeah, dude, every Indian guy on Twitter that has names like Vivid Prowess with the Israeli flag in the fucking bio that are tuning in from Uttar Pradesh. Where the fuck do you think all the pro-Israel sentiment on Twitter is coming from? It's not like it's a secret. They also say it too. They're like, we're spending money on bot farms. We're spending money on changing fucking the public attitude on Israel for the positive. Ryan Grimm also posted about SKDK today too, about Israel hiring American bot farms. Is Gujarat not Uttar Pradesh? Guess I'm one of the only few Indians here? No, there's mad Indians here. They're just leftist Indians. Like, we're talking about something entirely different. All the defend the West shit. I will wait for some open source intelligence or whistleblower. Wait, what? So you'll take the word of some random fucking OSINT account? Well, good luck. Okay, many of them don't necessarily criticize Israel. That's awfully suspicious. But like, I know probably more than they do. What the fuck? They're just a random guy online. Also, there is reporting on this, for the record, literally from today, actually. So thank you, Chatter, for bringing this up. New sludge reports from Dropsite News. Sludge reports SKDK, a leading Democratic PR firm closely tied to Biden advisors and Senator Chuck Schumer's circle, has signed a $600,000 contract to run a bot-based program for Israel's foreign ministry. Filed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The plan aims to flood the zone with pro-Israel content across TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and more, likely using automation to boost reach. The deal also tasks SKDK with training Israeli spokespeople, testing influencer campaigns, and lobbying outlets like BBC, CNN, Fox, and Associated Press. Thank you. Just wanted some evidence. Man, shut the fuck up and suck my entire fucking dick, you stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of here. No, you didn't believe it, even though there was evidence even before this fucking news outlet. Even before this fucking news hit, there was plenty of evidence that Israel is using bot farms. I've covered it before, as a matter of fact. But your bitch ass, wanted to fucking come in here and be like, don't you feel like you're trafficking in don't you feel like you're trafficking in misinformation? That's what you wanted to do. And then now there's even more evidence to it. You're like, haha, don't you feel like it was good that I asked you? So you were forced to cover a story that I would have fucking covered anyway? Wow. Also, Israel's literally doing a genocide. It's so unbelievable that that state would also apply. Like, Israel is doing a genocide. It's most notable for cybersecurity initiatives and software that they sell all around the fucking world, sometimes illegally, okay? The notion that they are not also selling or even utilizing their own bot farms is so funny to me. Jesus Christ, dude. Anyway, shouldn't we be fighting fire with fire by lying about Israel ordering a hit on Charlie when they're saying shit like the shooter was trans? No. Because I don't traffic in that, okay? I don't think that's the appropriate thing to do. If it happens overwhelmingly, I'll still correct the record, you know? I'll still correct the record. It's too hard for me. It is a firm commitment that I have, okay? It's just not going to happen. I'm not going to fucking turn around and traffic in that misinformation.
Right. You know, when you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger, the audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions that I am having, wanting.
What will you do if the shooter pretends to be a fan of you? I don't know. I mean, it's pretty obvious that I've never favored engaging in any sort of violent act against political enemies. And especially like beyond whatever fucking shit that people can clip out of context, especially against like Charlie Kirk, considering that I have been around Charlie Kirk in public events over and over again, it doesn't make any sense from even a self-preservation perspective. So why are we making up fake scenarios to react to? What is this? I have an injury and I'm bored. Just hear me out. You hate me. What? Okay, take a day off.
To respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power. And it felt appropriate to reach out to Ye, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. You know, when you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix, when you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song, the question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, Do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? You know, I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that. What do you mean? You're not allowed to say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful, to speak out and speak about the things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I.
Her mouth noises are worse than yours. Man, I don't even have any fucking mouth noise. I have the best goddamn noise gate in the entire continent. Stop it. You guys, I'm so glad. This isn't the major point here, but I'm so glad that you're hearing what no noise gate having content creators actually sound like, okay? Every smack that you hear from Candace Owens, I hope it smacks you right in the fucking face. Snap you out of that reality, this false reality that you exist under where you think I don't have a good fucking noise gate. You understand?
Because this
you're spoiled.
Is very relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts, got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child.
What the fuck? They would send lyrics to one another? Bro, they would send Kanye West lyrics? What is happening, bro?
Fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. And that's a moment where he is really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly. And there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, just saying the absolute most, tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, and doing hits in a foreign country, right? Like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu who's fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie.
You falling off. Charlie had more game than you. Erica, Candace, and Dean all in one. Okay, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're okay. Dial it back, everybody. Come on now.
Kirk, you would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't think that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu, just one day, less than 24 hours after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend. He wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defense.
I will be honest. Look, I told you what I told you already. I don't think Charlie Kirk was like ever going to turn on Israel or anything like that. Regardless of what his close friends are saying after he passed away. Okay, after he got assassinated. But Benjamin Netanyahu's been so fucking weird about everything. Like, from being the first to market. We saw it in real time. He was the first person. He tweeted praying for Charlie Kirk at Charlie Kirk 1 before Trump did. Go back and review the VOD because we were first to market. Like, and there's a video of me like even yelling at a New York Times photojournalist saying like, come on, you're a New York Times reporter. Like, how dare you send me this shit? Like, is unsubstantiated or whatever. And then in real time, I'm like, my skepticism turns into utter horror, as you've seen, right? And in that process, we also saw the first praying for Charlie Kirk tweet come from a foreign leader, Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. Okay? That was strange as fuck. Now, I think the Israel stuff is far-fetched, okay? Especially because I don't think he was, especially because, you know, Charlie wasn't fucking turning, right? That was like half an hour after the shot. No, it was, am I crazy? I feel like it was even before, no, not before the shot, but like it was not half an hour. It was like fucking 5 minutes, dude. It was like, cause I can tell you, with the exception of people that were there at the event, this community was able to figure out that Charlie Kirk had been shot before anywhere else because we immediately went and scoured the internet and found people who were filming at the event. It's all on the VOD. Every single thing unfolded on the VOD. You are going through the first stages of the noticing, my friend. Shut the fuck up, you little neo-Nazi bitch. The idea that this is, you're noticing. Dude, yeah, everything is the Jews, bro. I know. Everything is the Jews. Everything. Including all of the fucking Christian Zionists. They're also the Jews. Or maybe it's a fucking fascist government, and ours is also a fascist government, and they're aligned both ideologically and have material reason for letting Israel fucking dominate the entire goddamn region. Okay? Holy shit. Oh, bro, you got it? You get it now. Oh, my Lord. I'm being sarcastic. I'm making fun of you. Jews are not like a monolithic force, okay? They're not like magical, mystical beings, dumb fuck. They're not. This is bad analysis, okay? Aside from it being hateful, bigoted, whatever, I know you don't give a shit about that. You have to understand, it's just dumb fuck analysis, okay? It's just stupid. In the most logical, cold, and calculated terms, it's a stupid proposition to make, okay? This portrays the notion of a metric ton of Jews that have engaged in revolutionary acts throughout history. But of course, you probably don't like that because you're most likely a fucking fascist anyway. So you think, you know, socialism is Jewish Bolshevism, for example. I said, don't say she got a point, you summon them. I didn't even say Candace Owens got a point. I'm just simply stating that Benjamin Netanyahu fucking tweeting out prayers up for Charlie Kirk basically 5 to 10 minutes after Charlie Kirk got shot in the fucking neck before no major media outlet was aware of this incident unfolding, okay? Like, not directly after. I'm saying, like, 39 minutes, but still crazy. Okay, he tweeted 39 minutes after the actual shooting. We found out that the shooting was taking place, like, probably 20 minutes after the shooting had taken place, okay? I would love to go through, like, a forensic architecture style analysis on this because I want to know what the exact like fucking timeline looks like, because like the actual time when Charlie Kirk got shot and then like when people started reporting on it, right? But it's still fucking nutty that Benjamin Netanyahu, a war criminal, a genocidaire, who is on the other side of the fucking planet conducting a unlimited ethnic cleansing campaign, whatever time it is in Israel at that point, is like up late night posting about prayers up for Charlie Kirk. Anyway, you have people in here saying within a few minutes of the shooting. No, sorry. It was within a few minutes after people started finding out that a shooting had taken place. Like, people saying Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck maybe immediately after doesn't mean that people actually believe that there was a real shooting that had unfolded until there was video evidence. I think it's not, you know, not going to be a thing. It's not gonna be considered like a real thing that has taken place. Anyway, so regardless, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh, that was strange. But also his behavior since then has also been strange. But I mean, I understand it. Like, I understand why he would be super locked in on American affairs, because, you know, he knows that Israel support is at an all-time low. Okay. Israel support is at a fucking all-time low. And obviously he has to pay close attention to American affairs and try to garner as much support as they possibly can. Okay. But even then it's like odd. He was like, oh, it must be the Muslims that did it. Okay.
Damn, this guy's good.